Hello, everyone. As you may have noticed from the pre-stream, I did a little bit of off-camera side questing. I realized I was going to need a lot of humanity, so I decided to go back to the depths and farm a bunch of rats off-stream. And then I realized it'd be kind of funny to just put that as the pre-stream bid. Just the rat adventure. I also realized that I just straight up didn't talk to Framped when I left, so there's a bit of stuff to do. Let's pause this and launch the actual game. Just getting everything set up. And I do need to get rid of that real quick. Anyway, how have you all been? I slept kind of weird. So hoping it doesn't cause too much issue for the stream, but feeling like very slightly out of it to start with, so as you can see, I got a stack of 10 humanity, and also 40 more humanity. Oh, and I'm also still very so large. The fair lady's gonna be eating well, but later. Also, another fun thing we get to do as a result of coming back. We can talk to our friend Logan.
There you are. I was expecting you. As promised, I will share my sorceries.
What do you got for me? I forgot just how expensive Soul Spear is. Oh my god. Well, we get some more great soul arrows.
I will stay here for the time being. Speak to me again to further your knowledge.
Oh, hello again. I was waiting to tell you. Master Logan has returned, and he tells me that he has you to thank. Well, we are both in your debt now. Thank you, sincerely. He's just over there. Go along and have a chat.
I kinda did that before I talked to you, Griggs.
Oh, hello. I appreciate the attention, but you really should speak to Master Logan. That will certainly do you more good. Have you ever cast one of Logan's spells? Isn't it exhilarating? As he sees it, there are no gods, no transcendence, only truth. And Logan only wishes to elucidate it. It is this heretical methodology that allowed Logan to advance sorcery to the point that he has. In a word, he is a hero. Despite the awful rumors, time will tell. The annals of history will prove dispassionate. Goodbye then. Do stay safe.
No. I do have a bunch of souls, so maybe we'll be so lucky as to be able to afford Soul Spear. But I never remember, like, how much any given soul is worth, so anyone's guess how much we actually have. Oh, wonderful.
Hello there. Really, I quite understand. Study is invigorating.
Also, we do have new emotes that I drew. And how appropriate that one of the first ones we get to do is my sorcery.
I will stay here for the time being. Speak to me again to further your knowledge.
You've gained incredible magical powers. Hello, Frampt.
Ah, hello. Was it you who rang the bell of awakening? I am the primordial serpent, King Seeker Frampt, close friend of the great Lord Gwyn, chosen undead, who has rung the bell of awakening. I wish to elucidate your fate. Do you seek such enlightenment?
No.
By the lords, are you certain? Well, perhaps I was wrong. There can be only one chosen undead. I will continue my search. You are freed from duty. But then again, you did ring the bell of awakening. I will stay here a while. Speak with me if you should change your mind. What brings you here? Had a change of heart about your fate as an undead?
Yeah.
Very well. Then I am pleased to share. Chosen undead, your fate is to succeed the great Lord Gwyn, so that you may link the fire, cast away the dark, and undo the curse of the undead. To this end, you must visit Anor Londo and acquire the Lord Vessel.
So this is basically, like, kind of the whole, the narrative of Dark Souls is, like, the actual story of it, the plot, as it were. It's centered around the undead prophecy, and you being basically strung along by this guy and Gwendolyn. They are essentially the two actual, like, antagonists of the game. They are feeding you this story and putting you through all of these things to, like, get you in a position to continue the Age of Fire. It's a very, like, interesting way where initially it all sounds very heroic and fantastical, and then the more you examine it, the more you realize that it's all a big scam. Also, I don't remember where to stand to do this properly, so we're just gonna do it this way. That was not it. What am I doing wrong? There we go.
Huh?
So, this is the actual base pose, the Frampt's model. The neck comes to, like, a much shorter stop. And there's, like, almost the implication of, like, the beginning of shoulders or something. To make him, like, stretch all the way down there, his animations, like, extend his neck by a bunch. And whenever you talk to him,
I am pleased to see you
he
well.
flips back
Is
between
it
those.
something urgent? Farewell, chosen undead. I remain here and await thee.
What's his ID? I don't remember. One of the unique ones. Is it you? Not. Is it? That's it. So. Look at this.
I am pleased.
What?
I am pleased to see you well.
What?
Is it something urgent? Those who seek the realm of lords must
So because
brave
his model
Sen's fortress, a
is, like,
deadly house of traps.
resized,
Many have gone before
the bones
you,
go
but
crazy.
none have returned. Fate has chosen you, but proceed with caution.
Oh yeah, also, I forgot to say, I saw it in the pre-stream and forgot to comment on it. Think of the super chat, the Warwolf says, love your content. $50 super chat, that's very generous. Really appreciate it. And think of the super chat, Aaron Yeager. Hey, I can't stay for long, but I just wanted to say thank you for all the years of great content. You've deepened my appreciation for these games by an incredible degree, so thank you. I'm glad that you got to be present for
Farewell,
this
chosen
stuff.
undead. I remain here and await thee.
That's one of my favorite bits.
I
It's
am
just
pleased to see you well. Is it something urgent?
terrifying animation from the snake.
Those who seek, many have fate.
No, I've been there.
Farewell,
Anyway,
chosen undead. I remain here and await thee.
alright, see ya. Also, I leveled up a falchion by a bunch of points. That's a surprise tool that will help us later. And now the clerics have left. What do you think of this?
Oh, you again? Me? I've become separated from my lady. I've scoured near and far, but no sight of her. Where could she have gone? My lady, to think I swore to protect you with my life.
Yeah, for sure. I believe you.
Your Highness, where have you gone? I am entirely to blame for this. Oh, woe is me. I am unworthy, deathly so.
We'll come back to that. What an interesting choice of words. Oh, someone said, do you have a favorite covenant or one you usually go for? I am a Chaos Servant all the way. I'm a big fan of the Fair Lady, of course. Time to go back through sends, but it should take a lot less time. Someone said, Zuli, what's your favorite non-Souls game? Love your vids. I am like really bad at picking favorites for things, but like naturally I'm a huge fan of a lot of the Zelda games, and particularly like Twilight Princess and Majora's Mask are like some of my absolute favorites. Let's get more great soul arrows in our soul spear. Alright, we can't use the soul spear yet. I'm not smart enough for the soul spear. It's so sad. Oh, actually, I forgot about upgrading the Pyromancer Flame. I don't remember if I have materials for it. Someone said, did you see the weird Ocarina of Time Unreal 5 remake trailer? I don't know that it's actually confirmed that it's like Unreal Engine, but there are people, I guess, I'm not sure if that's like an actual thing or if that's people just like making a bit of it where just like the fidelity of it reminds them of like Unreal Engine stuff. I did see it though, of course. It is interesting that it's like they seem to have staked a very like
Oh, hello. You've been...
immediate
Why?
change.
What spectacular pyromancy? Tell me about it. I have never seen anything like it.
No.
I see. I suppose I was mistaken. In any case, I definitely trust you. Apologies, my friend. Forget that I said anything.
Look, I understand, but we kind of do have to keep it from him, as sad as it is. Let's buff our flame a bit.
My teacher, whom I imagine still resides in the Great Swamp, had a funny way of putting it. He said that pyromancy is the ultimate fantasy. We are born into dark and warmed by fire, but this fire we cannot touch. Those whose fascination with fire persists learn to hold it in their own hand. He rather had a way with words, the old withering frog. In this land, pyromancers earn a certain respect. The Witch of Izalith, one of the legendary lords, is the godmother of pyromancy. So the day I became undead, I was ecstatic. I felt as if I'd been chosen to attune myself to the ancient arts. Of course, it wasn't all that romantic in the end.
Oh, thank you for the super chat, Infinity plus ones, or thank you for the gift memberships, Infinity plus one sword. 10 gift memberships, that is quite generous. I really appreciate it. One of the interesting things about the pyromancer stuff is that, like, one of, in an interview, Miyazaki said that his favorite character in Dark Souls 1 is actually the pyromancer Salaman the Great. The pupil of Quelana, who took pyromancy out of Lordran and taught everyone. And we don't see Salaman. We don't really get to hear much about him. But evidently, he's he's Miyazaki's favorite character in Dark Souls 1. And I've always wondered, like, when Laurentius talks about his teacher, if that's like a little bit of a glimpse of Salaman indirectly. So it's interesting to think about the elements of the Soul series that are, you know, written into the backstory that, like, Miyazaki and the people at From Software know about, that we can't even conceptualize of. There's apparently enough of a compelling story and personality to Salaman that he's Miyazaki's favorite character, and we don't know anything about him, really.
Why?
No, it isn't.
What?
Stop asking about that. You're gonna hurt yourself. Let's see. I don't think that I'm actually gonna use the Iron Golem core for anything. So, actually, instead of doing that, I can sell some stuff to, this idiot.
I am pleased to see you well. Is it?
And, concerningly, Frant values dung pies much more highly than you would think he should. So, you enjoy those, and I'm not gonna think about it too much. Oh, these are worth, like, nothing. Do you have any stuff that's, like, particularly significant? So we can sell all of our duplicate sorcerer stuff. And he unfortunately makes just like an absolutely wretched noise to hear every time you give him something.
Those who seek the
I don't know. And said, first stream here. Zooey, do you have any pets?
Oh, hello there.
I have 2 cats.
As always.
Let's upgrade our pyro flame once more.
Goodbye then. Come back if you find anything new.
I'll come back, and then I won't tell you about the new stuff that I found, because it's just better that way. And said, I really appreciate Gavlin being quiet while selling things now. Dealing and dealing. Someone said, why didn't Miyazaki let us kill this snake, Lamat? They do have death animations, which is... they have, like, attacks and death animations, which is kind of interesting. Because, like, there's obviously not a situation where that comes up in the current version of the game. But, you know, there may have been a thought given to allowing that at some point. It is admittedly also, it's the kind of thing where I'm not sure how much they, like, were, like, specific with things rather than just, like, kind of doing whatever. Like, that is to say, like, selling up the full, suite of animations for any given NPC. Like, there's not a situation where Seath would be in a position to fall down, but he of course has a falling animation. There's like all the kind of stuff, just, you know, it's possible that the serpents have a death animation just because, like, everything should have a death animation in the game. Someone said, Zooey, if you call my name, I'll stay. Also, bless you. Thank you, Cottage Cinnamon. But, I'm not sneezing. I am coughing because I have just a variety of throat problems. Ow. Ow. Thank you for the super chat. Nolan ASD. Yay! More playthrough. Also me getting bullied by these guys. That's gonna be part of it. You could separate. I only need one of you. I'm curious if my regular winged spear is better for this, because they are. Yeah, I think they're kind of lightning resistant. So it doesn't like seem like it initially when you are, playing the game for the first time, but it is really not that much of a hassle to get all the way from Anor Londo back to Firelink. It's kind of an interesting thing of like, prior to getting teleportation, like warping through the power of the Lord Vessel, it's easy to feel very like cut off and isolated from the rest of the world, because you are just like physically distant from the other areas. But the more you play it, the more it's like you do start to, like, the world starts to feel a little smaller, for better or worse. These guys have a shield that negates all damage if your attack hitbox touches it. If I remember correctly, it's actually a little silly in that, like, yeah, I can stab through them, but because I hit the shield on the back of it, it negates the damage for the entire attack. So your weapon can physically go through them and not deal any damage, because it touched the back of their shield. Ow. Okay. They're an enemy that's like very intimidating the first time you play, but there's like a lot of Dark Souls, a lot of stuff in Dark Souls 1 that you can literally just like walk around it and then it's not a problem. Okay. Hello. Sneaky. One of the interesting things about, there were like some leaked images of the alpha build of Dark Souls 3, and there's one of the images where you can just barely see one of these guys in the background of I think that it's Farron Swamp. There's just like one of these guys roaming around. And then in the actual game, they're not there. So it's a thing that apparently they have a tendency to like rather than it seeming like they were intended to be used in the game and got cut from it, instead it's like they'll use enemies as placeholders, as like a representation of this kind of enemy should be here in this location. And so having these guys there may have been like to represent either the big like lycanthrope guys or the Elder Gru. But it's a little disappointing. I feel like, I mean, they're not, I imagine they would not be that threatening in Dark Souls 3 pacing of combat. Like, Like the faster combat of the games post Bloodborne probably would not be doing these guys any favors. But it still would have been fun to see them. That's the thing though, that like you can kind of think, oh, they can just bring anything back, but to some extent using this guy in Dark Souls 3 might have kind of devalued the like sense of them. Like they would lose something by having to fight them in a world where they are too slow to keep up. It would end up like, I don't know, making them feel a little like underwhelming potentially, which would be just kind of sad. One of the other interesting things is that these guys are referred to as giant sentinels, but I don't think that they are like proper giants. It's a notable thing that like they are much smaller than the Sen's Fortress giants, and they are about the same size as Smo. So rather than them being like giants, they are, I think that there's just like multiple tiers of height for essentially Gwyn's race. Like these are a member of the same, type of being as the Silver Knights, as Ornstein, as Smo, Artorias, etc. But they're just like a bit larger. Oh, thank you for this. Thank you for the very generous super chat. The Sins of Avarice. Thank you for the years of content and now a stream I can fall asleep to. All Souls videos are sleep videos. I'm glad you're able to find comfort in the videos. It doesn't seem like it would be that great to fall asleep to my regular videos, because you'd kind of just be listening to a Zelda playlist. Mix of Zelda, Kingsfield 4, and the occasional Demon Souls character creation music. Oh, thank you for another very generous super chat. Rye. Friendly neighborhood Todd Howard here, tossing some coin to the best Dark Souls data miner around. I recently watched Luke Westaway's Dark Souls randomized playthrough. Does that interest you at all? Maybe I would switch things up for the Souls series. Although it might seem a little strange, I have not really played with like a lot of modded content, like ever. I tend to just like stick to the original experience. My memory's not that great sometimes, and so I especially don't want to like get confused about that. There have been times where I've been talking with another data miner and they're like telling me about this thing, and then we realize that it happened in a mod and they're like, oh wait, never mind. So it can be a little like I kind of have to protect myself from myself there. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Leonidas. Julie has one of the most soothing voices I've heard. 10 out of 10 would recommend listening to. I'm glad that it's gotten like a lot better. I'm still like a little self-conscious about everything, but that's kind of got my own bits of apprehension in there, I guess. Oh, thank you for the 10 gift memberships, Tiger. If everyone can enjoy the new emotes and everything. I'm still trying to think of like what other thing I could do for members, but have not managed to land on anything. Hello, so here in Anor Londo, there are more of the same gargoyles as seen in the Undead Parish. Which I guess kind of points to the idea maybe that the parish church is specifically established by like the same religion as, you know, like the worship of Gwyn and all of that. These guys are notably a lot less like visibly tarnished. Their bronze armor is still very bronze looking rather than that like blue-green look of the other gargoyles. Hello. And he's not allowed to come in here apparently. It's almost a little cruel. Come back. Range on this is not quite getting there. Oh, come on. Get back here. And unlike the gargoyles of the parish who breathe fire, these guys breathe lightning. Naturally, that is the whole vibe of Anor Londo, like naturally, with all of the Gwyn stuff going on. There's an interesting bit where in an interview they talk about getting to go to Milan Cathedral in Italy, and one of the designers mentions that like we weren't allowed to walk on the buttresses, but we walked under the buttresses, and it made me think about what it would feel like to walk across them and how it ignites your sense of adventure. But it's funny to imagine like being, you know, like at this famous historical cathedral and even having the thought of like, I'm gonna walk up there. It just seems like it would be, for me personally, I have like a horrible fear of falling, and so that would not be the vibe for me. But yeah, also, there's just like a bunch of carvings and stuff everywhere that are, I'm not sure if these are actually like distinct or just assets. So I don't know what their deal is really. But a fun thing about your trip through Anor Londo is that you're kind of like following in another undead's footsteps. Like, you are not the first person to come here. then the only reason you're able to get into this bit is because someone else busted the glass open ahead of you. Thank you for the super chat, Nolan ASD. Could the less tarnished armor plus lightning breath be related? Cathodic protection can use an electrical current to prevent corrosion. That is the kind of stuff that, like, some designs get that deep into it, but I don't know. Let me lock on. So yeah, this place, I don't really, like, get the sense, like, I'm not the sort of person where, my phobias are affected by, like, simulated stuff, but there's still, like, a little bit of this that kind of feels weird sometimes. Also, for fun, you just smash the big candelabra hanging up here and you just drop it. Oh, okay. For a second I was like, I don't know if that's gonna reach. Well, rip that guy. It is kind of a very, like, interesting way to approach the level design. It's like, we're gonna have you go through a big cathedral, but, like, way up in the rafters instead. Just kind of a little terrifying. I don't remember how you get over there. Maybe I do. And of course, this is similar to the way that they foreshadowed Ornstein and Smo earlier. They managed to show off, like, Guinevere ahead of time with the statue work. But it's not entirely clear just how big Guinevere, the actual Guinevere, really was. But, like, even this, like, if this is accurate to scale, she's still quite very tall. I think that would probably put her at a similar size to the, like, the giant sentinels. Maybe a little taller. That is, you know, a potentially very realistic size for her. Hey, friend. Oh. Stop it. Let's see. Curved sword of Anor Londo painting guardians. Unique shape with flat tip. The guardians, who strike down those who dare threaten the paintings, attack in a continuous circular dancing motion, a technique passed down through generations. So, naturally there is all of the attention here of this one giant painting. And these guys guarding it. It kind of like has the obvious question of, you know, why there's an entire order, like a whole group of people who've been working for generations to do this one thing. It's a thing that, like, the painted world was conceptualized kind of later in development, but there's like an interview where they mentioned that the idea of having a painted world kind of predated the idea of using like the painted world ended up being used for as a way to put a prototype map of the game into the actual finished product. Like, they made what is now the painted world as sort of a demo for what Dark Souls would be like, and then they couldn't find a way to actually like physically work it into the game. And at first you would think that the concept of the painted world was developed for the sake of getting that in there, but they said that actually it was like a separate thing, and then that just ended up being like a really good idea for where to use it. Hello, guy. Sorcery, while the whole area is rotating, is a little bit unfavorable, it looks like. I'm gonna have more gargoyle halberds and shields than I know what to do with. I think actually I'm already at that point. I think I have 3. That's too many. And of course, another big statue foreshadowing something else. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Sweep my leg. Just a reminder to always check for mimics. So a fun thing about all of the statues of Gwyn in the game is that they are all based on his hollow model, like his actual in-game model. So they all look, you know, let me lighten that up real quick. They all look very, you know, withered. The sunken eyes and drawn back lips and almost like a skeletal face. So it's hard to conceptualize exactly what Gwyn was supposed to look like before everything. But you do get more of a glimpse of it in Dark Souls 3, if I remember correctly. Like, I think that some of the Gwyn statues in 3 are just actual regular guys. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Leonidas. If From offers you a role, what role would you want? I don't really know. Like, I'm not, you know, kind of ambitious enough to like have the thing that I would want to do. Like anything that they would say for me to do, I'd be happy to go along with it, of course. Someone said, stop streaming when I can't watch it. Oh, I'm sorry, that's what the VODs are for. Oh wait. That's going the wrong way. That was back towards the start. I think I'd want to be like a witch that's kind of dying, kind of low-key dying, because then I could cough and I wouldn't have to worry about it so much. One of the fun things about Anor Londo is the architecture is designed around the idea that there are two groups of people living there that are very different in sizes. There are like the little stairs and the much larger stairs. And you see this a lot with like the doors and such as well. They just like make certain allowances for the fact that there are I'm not sure if it's making it like accounting for humans or if it's accounting for just the different sizes of the gods, essentially. I forgot that I switched to my spear. Oh, come on. Hello, the demons. Where? He has all these brains, but he's not very smart. Get closer. There's kind of an implication, like the fact that these guys are here to begin with, and that they dragged you up from Zen's fortress, means that despite the fact that they are very obviously demons, they are still like actively working with like Gwyn's faction and the people of Ordran. And there's kind of a you could potentially read an idea into the demons that they are kind of born from different groups being exposed to the Chaos Flame. So you have like the Capra demons, the Taurus demons, the Batwing demons, the Spider demons that are like the Witch of Islith's own daughters. So like potentially the Capra demon might have been a human, and the Taurus demon might have been like a giant, and the Batwing demons may have been Gwyn's race, and so on and so forth. It's not like confirmed exactly, I think, but it's a way that I've always like kind of thought about it. Because they do have like, you know, their own ability to use like lightning damage, similar to Gwyn and his people. So there's a very obvious, you know, through line of them being connected to Anor Londo still, despite being demons, and something that ostensibly should be the enemy of this place. Let me lock on. And he's another one that's not very smart, because he has wings, but would rather just die to fall damage instead. It's true of basically every flying enemy after Demon Souls. They just, you know, don't ever think to use their wings when they fall off of something. Well, rip those guys. Hey friend. Ow. I forgot there was a second one there. I think they heard me trash talking their friends, and they are a little bothered about it. They're not doing a lot to redeem their reputation, though. See, I wasn't even involved in that. That other guy just fell off on his own. Rip that guy. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Semiotic. First time catching you live. Love your stuff. Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it. And now it's time for the classic. Ow. The famous Anor Londo archers. Some of Gwyn's meanest guys. Alright, I think from memory you want to go over and get this one first. Hi, friend. Okay, come on. Well, I got kind of stun-locked there. Anyway. As I've said before, that's tradition. It's tradition. You gotta die to the Anor Londo archers at least once. Very important. Has to, you know, just preserve the sense of the game. That those guys are evil and bad. Well, back then. I do feel like they shoot just a little too fast. But it has honestly been so long since I've had to actually, like, try to do that. And you know, there's like the part of yourself that thinks, it'll be easy, I'll get that done, no trouble. And then you're just reminded. The games can actually be kind of hard still sometimes. sad just a little bit that they didn't use like returning enemies for Night Rain outside of the bosses. I think it would have been fun to have like a version of the central castle where they're just like a bunch of silver knights. Fun and potentially a little evil. Yeah. Okay. That was a trade, but win in the end, sort of. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Root Squash. If even Zuli the Bat Witch falls to the Anor Londo archers, what are the rest of us supposed to do? I'm not like that good at the game. There are plenty of people that are way better. Mirror guy. One at a time, please. Bye-bye. He just kind of lets that happen. Come here. My biggest enemy has been Walk On. Things keep getting just far enough away that I can't shoot at them. Stop it. I was just complaining about that. Oh, that's fun. The Demon Spear. Carved from the bones of fellow demons, wielded by the slim, lesser Batwing demons. The weapon of these Chaos Demons wandering Anor Londo are different from those of other Chaos Demons, and are imbued with lightning. It is kind of interesting that they're referred to as lesser. I don't know if that's in comparison to, like, the, you know, the other demons, like the Taurus demons and Capra demons, etc. But it kind of gets a little bit of a different meaning with the actual, like, big Batwing demons in Dark Souls 3. I don't remember if it's at all worth just, like, stacking a bunch of armor. We're just gonna kind of go for it. Things have been made a little more complicated. Did I actually misremember? Is this the one that's easy to get to? Okay. Kinda looks like it. Okay. Well, that's one of them dealt with. Hey, friend. I have a strategy. Ow. It kind of fell apart there at the end, but it worked for a little bit. And we get away with it. Uh, and look who it is.
Oh, there you are. You've been quiet these days. Smooth summoning out there. Anytime you see my brilliantly shining signature, do not hesitate to call upon me. You've left me with quite an impression. I would relish a chance to assist you.
Let's see here. Actually, is this you? That's not... This one? That is the right one. Okay. So, let's set you to high fidelity. And go ahead and pop your helmet off. If you've never seen it before, this is Solaire. This is our cool friend. One of the nicest people in all of Lordran. Just here to hang out and help you kill people.
You really are fond of chatting with me, aren't you? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had feelings for me. Oh no, dear me, pretend you didn't hear that.
He's also a little flirty. It is like a very, it's like a fun thing to just have these very strategic appearances of Solaire. Of like, you know, they just put you through one of the worst parts, like one of the most grueling bits of the game, dealing with the female archer. Female. I read someone in chat say female character and got mixed up on that. Having to deal with the Anor Londo archers, and then reuniting you with Solaire immediately after that instead. Like, it's very much, you know, highs and lows.
You really are fond of chat. If I didn't know better. Oh no.
Well, I'll see you later, Solaire. This is kind of a fun thing. Come here. Ah. Just kind of in there now. I don't remember if they're smart enough to open the door. I'm pretty sure they can. Hello, friend. Oh, that's good. This is a surprise tool that's going to help us later. The Silver Knights of Anor Londo guard the city using this beautifully slender weapon. Oh. The Silver Knights of Anor Londo guard the city using this beautifully slender weapon. The spear can be wielded by both hands in a focused thrust that uses one's body weight, or swung in a large sweeping motion. So at the moment, that is actually stronger than our winged spear, just flat out already. But we're also a little underleveled for him, unfortunately. So we'll come back to that. You have super chat tiger. Door mimic just dropped. Yeah, but let me show real quick. Let's see. Close the door. And then okay, no, that's a different guy. That is also a different guy. Now it's going to be the struggle of finding out which specific Silver Knight I'm looking for. Still not it. No. It is one of the nice things about the remasters version of the debug is that, like, as you go through these, it highlights them instead. Ah, here we are. Yeah, they can open the doors. Like, they have the ability to do it. But I don't know if they're actually, like, able to do it with their AI. Oh, and also, if you've never seen it before, using the debug you can, like, play around with these guys. Like, with basically any NPC. You have the ability to just, take control of them. Ow. So, unlike the Black Knights, of course, they got, like, their armor was charred black when Gwyn linked the fire. They mentioned that they wanted to have, like, a cloth visual on the knights, but it wouldn't make sense for the Black Knights because, you know, they got burned in a fire. So instead, you have this cape on the Silver Knights as, like, the only surviving kind of remnant of that idea. And then in here there's, like, a little storeroom. Just got a bunch of... I'm not entirely sure what this stuff is. I can't tell if this is supposed to be, like, bones or scrolls. Kinda looks like parchment. And then, of course, the secret, scarier storeroom. The evil storeroom. And how can you tell it's evil? This guy is here. This is also where you find some of Havel's stuff. Or rather, like all of Havel's stuff. Which that alone has led to like some amount of theorizing of like Havel's true intentions, like why he was locked away. The fact that you find an occult club, a weapon that is, you know, more effective against the gods, alongside the spare set of Havel's equipment. But there is like a little bit of uncertainty to the fact that, I mean, the occult club itself is inside of a mimic rather than just like a regular chest. This is another interesting piece of world building, I suppose. So like, Havel's helm. Helm worn by Havel the Rock's warriors. Carved from solid rock, its tremendous weight is matched only by the defense it provides. Havel's warriors never flinched nor retreated from battle. Those unfortunate enough to face them were inevitably beaten to a pulp. So, like, you would think that Havel's stuff is very specific to him, very unique. But apparently there was like a whole contingent of knights under Havel that all wore the same armor. Which, there's like an interesting thing about like all of the returning sets in Dark Souls 2 are sets that belonged to a group, not an individual. And even the Havel, the equipment, lines up with that. However, the Dragon Tooth, created from an everlasting dragon tooth, legendary great hammer of Havel the Rock. The Dragon Tooth will never break as it is harder than stone, and it grants its wielder resistance to magic and flame. Whereas the armor is seemingly like used by a lot of people, the Dragon Tooth is the thing that is uniquely Havel's, evidently. That even becomes relevant later on in Dark Souls 3 when there's like a Havel Knight, and you could think that it's like just one of Havel's guys, but they do have the Dragon Tooth, so it could just be actual Havel. Great shield of the legendary Havel the Rock, cut straight from a great slab of stone. This great shield is imbued with the magic of Havel, provides strong defense, and is incredibly heavy. A true divine heirloom on par with the Dragon Tooth. So, like, all of that stuff is, you know, characteristic of Havel specifically, in a way that the armor isn't. Someone said, is Tarkus named after the Emerson Lake and Palmer record? You could kind of say that, I think. Because Tarkus is named after the JoJo character of Tarkus, and that is presumably named after the record. So it's sort of like, in terms of references, it's kind of like the grandson reference. So this is, of course, the fun little shortcut here. Now, as you're going up the spiral staircase, you'll notice that it's actually 2 spiral staircases. So they circle around each other but are not connected. So to get from here, this is actually connected to the other arm of the spiral. And you can just hop over. And that skips like quite a decent bit of stuff. There are a bunch of drake heads here that are, you know, very similar to the the Hellkite Drake and the Lightning Drakes in the Valley of Drakes. These like the trophies of the Dragon Slayers of Anor Londo. And there's this one big blue head where the textures of them, like the textures for it, like are uniquely different from the textures of the blue drakes in the Valley of Drakes. So they made like another distinct, different blue Hellkite that doesn't match up to the Lightning Drakes and is like much bigger than them. So it's, I guess, seemingly, you know, there's the whole thing of the red and blue dragon in Demon Souls, and Dark Souls only has the red dragon equivalent, and you could kind of think of it as this being what happened to the blue one. And I also just think it's interesting that there are just a handful of green ones in this as well. No red ones. Only blues and like a couple greens. And so I guess like the red Hellkite is like the biggest and the strongest. And so there's not little red ones or something, possibly. Like that's potentially one way to look at it. Hi, friend. You good? Where are you going? Ow. These guys have quite a lot of reach. Ow. But they are kind of just as susceptible to running around them. I do think that it's funny, though, to look at, like, just the level of model quality that they were able to afford. Like, they wanted to put so many of these heads in here, and they didn't want the Xbox 360 to catch on fire, and so they had to scrunch them so horribly. They just got smushed into polygons. Here's also one of the worst guys I know. This one Titanite demon is just so mean. He's in this tiny little room all by himself. You have to kind of face him like head on. Which very much favors the demon over you. And there's of course the question of like, how did he get in here? But the lore of those guys, where is it? Special Titanite stolen from a faceless stone beast known as a Titanite demon. When the nameless blacksmith deity passed, from several slabs great beasts arose. The power of the Titanite remains within them, and they still roam Lordran today. So, rather than this thing, like, getting in here somehow, the Titanite slab that it was formed from was presumably in this room, like probably on the altar here, and then grew into this thing instead. They got, like, left unattended after the blacksmith deity died, and turned into monsters as a result. Hi, friend. And it also has infinite health. Like, they just gave these guys so much health. One moment. Well, that's only natural. That's another one of those guys that, you know, you kind of expect to die, that fighting them. Give me your bag. Give me your bag. No. That was a partial, but it, like, still counted in my favor. That's nice, at least. The worst bit of it is that I'm gonna have to go in there to get my stuff. Which you can go ahead and get an insurance policy for it. Hey, buddy. Ow. Yep. That's... That's just how it is with that guy, you know? No consideration for others. Let's try using it a little bit. It's not exactly cheesing it, but you know, all is fair. Hi, friend. No. Round 2. Or round 3. I'm gonna take that first, real quick. And I think that it'd be safer to have my shield at the ready. Hey, buddy. stay in the lava for a little bit. I would appreciate that. So even with that, it's only half dead. Just a minute. Let me get my other spells. Hi, friend. You could maybe make that. You probably can't, actually. The geometry is so close to working out there. Yeah. Let me leave real quick. Alright. This is what I'm talking about though, when... Oh, come on. I'm saying there are a lot of players that are a lot better than me. Cowardice wins the day. And we got away with it. Alright. Let's get our regular magic back. No. No, you would think that, like, Solaire would see you respawning a couple times and offer to help, but he'll only do that when he's a ghost. Like when you can summon him. Hi, friend. The classic flying kick. Oh, and there's the symbol of avarice. Hi, friend. That was a warning shot. There are just kind of like an alarming number of mimics hanging out in Anor Londo. And this guy's like shooting those humongous like archery like arrows inside the house. Like, I think if Gwyn were still here, this guy'd get an earful. Come on, try it again. No. It does feel a little mean at a point to just be like slowly walking into the enemy, waiting to parry them. It's feels like you're being intimidating. There are, like, a whole bunch of paintings in here. And I don't actually know if these are, like, I think they're pre-existing assets for the most part. Aside from this one, obviously. But the rest of these, I think, are just to establish a vibe more than to imply, like, this is Old Man Lloyd, or, you know, what things are. Like, I don't know that they're canonical, exactly. Like, I don't think you should read into them. Other than, this one, obviously. You having fun? Oh. Yeah, make the classic delayed attack. He broke that bowl that was there. But it's kind of another... There aren't that many instances of getting to see, like, fully, like, residential areas in this whole series. Like, just thinking about the idea of this being someone's actual room that they lived in has, like, an interesting appeal to it. And the bed is so tall. Is it just me, or is this like an extremely tall bed? But also just kind of like, I don't know, kind of weirdly narrow. This does not seem like it'd be like a comfortable bed to sleep in. Well, I imagine it's probably very comfortable in terms of like cushioning and all that, but just the shape of it is so strange. I feel like if I slept in it, I'd fall off of it. Hey friend. He's just hanging out over there. Yeah, and just look at these arrows that the great bow shoots. This is, like, you could take one of these and use it as a spear. Like, this is a lance. This is a whole entire other weapon. Cut it out. No. And those are, of course, giant dragon hunting arrows resembling iron spears used by Hawkeye Goth and his dragon slayers. They puncture human flesh easily. Dragon Slayer arrows can only be used with the Dragon Slayer great bow, and vice versa. They mentioned when they were going over Ornstein's design, the consideration they gave to like what it would take to drive a weapon through a dragon's hide. And that also probably led into the conceptualization of a bow that just shoots entire spears. And like, that's what you need to be able to pierce the hide of a dragon. And look who it is.
Whatever can be done. Ah, you again. Let me guess. Were you repelled by the Silver Knights? Ah, don't be ashamed. 'Tis the fate of vanguards like you and I. I'll think of something. We can overcome this together.
Yeah, together, for sure.
This is quite a fix. We'll need another 3, no, maybe 5 bodies. Quite a fix indeed. This is quite...
So initially you kind of wonder, like, why he's so scared of a Silver Knight if he managed to get this far already. But I guess the implication is that he kind of snuck in. Like, he's maybe not been fighting the Silver Knights directly. Somehow. And honestly, the idea of him in the onion armor getting to here, that's quite impressive on its own. Alright, let's see. Is that you? That's not... Should have done this before going into free cam. Okay, that's him. And I sort of showed it off before, but... he has his eyes closed. That's not part of the animation, I think. I think I just paused it at a time when he has his eyes closed. He's sleeping on the job. Anyway. This is what... Ow. This is what Sigurd is scared of. That was like a little mean, I'll admit. Hey friend, stop it. I got kind of horrifically stabbed by this guy. I forgot he was in there. And now, I need a single volunteer. Just one of you. No. Stop it. Anyway.
Oh ho! What's on your mind, friend? Wait, you defeated those monsters? Fantastic! I'm saved! This Knight of Katarina hereby commends you. Take this as a token of my gratitude. But be warned, gallantry entails great risks. Next time, give me a chance to come up with a plan.
Tiny Being's Ring. Ring made of an ancient, tiny red jewel. Grants a small increase to HP. Rings grant powers large and small. The discovery and effective use can make one's journey easier. I don't remember. Is this the one that lies to you a little bit? No, okay. Or is it that it says the wrong thing in the starting gifts? There's somewhere where there's like a mix-up in the description of one of the rings, but I don't remember it at this exact moment. I think he's calling me short though. Here's a ring for just the smallest person you've ever known. Just so incredibly short, so tiny. this is, of course, another instance of a painting that is actually, just concept art. Which I think this is a little inaccurate to the in-game size. I don't think they are quite that big. Like, that would make them the size of the giants in Sun's Fortress. And this is also seemingly concept art of Anor Londo itself. This I'm not sure about. It kind of has the vibe of concept art. Interestingly, that's kind of very reminiscent of the high wall. I wonder what that actually is. This probably says in like the art book, and I need to look that up. Someone says bridge where you fight the butterfly. That's definitely an option. Yeah. And another bit of concept art of Anor Londo. Fun stuff. Oh yeah, so if you go back up here, this is actually the intended way of getting to the other spiral of that double helix staircase. But let's go down and let's go down. Let's go down and rest at the bonfire real quick. Anyway. Hi, friend. Yeah. Okay. No. We've got pretty much this whole wing of Anor Londo cleared out. Yeah, that was the thing I wanted to draw attention to. And now I'm stuck doing this again. Okay, there we go. So a fun bit of this little skip here is that you get a clear shot of the rest of the map not being loaded. Like, this kind of, there's just kind of that whole open wilderness over there, which kind of gives the idea that it may not have been intentional and is instead just kind of another one of those things that is permitted rather than like actually deliberate. And here's another spot where someone smashed the glass open. But for now, we're gonna go over this way. Hi, friend. This is another one of people's favorite guys.
Who are you? Forge your weapons?
Let's see. Got a large titanite. You do. Wonderful. And I'll need 3 more. Quite an expensive process, but this is all building towards something here. So we're going to take our +10 falchion and our soul of Quelaag and merge them together into Quelaag's Fury Sword. And this is one of my favorite weapons to use.
Tis no good, but forge very good. I help any time.
We help anytime.
Did know of every
Oh,
you, friend. You talk. I no talk, but happy. But you, friend. You talk. I no talk, but happy. Cometh soon.
just such an incredible sweetheart. And they put a chest back here to tempt you into murdering him. But, you kind of don't have to. Like, I don't know if it's deliberate. You can just kind of sneak past and just get that. There's like a bunch of people that probably killed this guy to get that chest. And you really don't have to. Okay, we do have the stats for this. Let's see. One thing I'm not sure about, like, I don't know if it'll be worth fiddling with it, but it is possible to hide their, like, the helmet and see what the face of the giants look like, but not that one. Not that one either. Oh, there it is. So this is what he looks like. This is our friend. The giant blacksmith. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Burn Titan. Quail egg furry sword. Close enough. But, this of course was like a topic of discussion with the whole face giants in Dark Souls 2, is whether or not they were the same kind of giants as the stone giants in Dark Souls 1. But you can tell they do just have actual faces rather than the, like, very distinct, hollow, like, almost kind of like the knot of a tree is what the face of the Dark Souls 2 giants look like. So, just a very different guy. And, sorry for making you unable to move temporarily. In exchange, I'll let you move very fast for a little bit. He's probably caught up on his work now. Alright, come here. The Fury Sword is, of course, just stylistically very fun. Just, the visual of it. This very distinct, vibrant trail to the blade. I enjoy it a lot. Well, come up. I don't know why the knockback on these guys is, like, as intense as it is. Like, the distance that they get pushed back by attacks is just... they go so far. This is another fun instance of, you know, the, like, split architecture of Anor Londo, where, give me a second. See, this door has, like, a much larger bolt for releasing, like, the entire door. But it also has, like, this little gate incorporated into it for smaller folk to pass through. You have, like, the entire gate for these guys, or the little gate. Which, I don't know if that door is big enough to accommodate, like, the blacksmith giant. I don't think it would be. Hello, friend. I don't have more, like, soul items to burn at the moment. Come here. I want to get you, but just you, not your friend. And fire damage is so good. Now it's your turn. So, one of the reasons that I farmed a whole bunch of humanity before the stream is that the Fury Sword actually scales with your humanity. And I'm not sure if I can demonstrate that. Like, I think it'll change if I poke around with it here. So, hero points are what your actual humanity is. And so you can see my right weapon has an attack rating of 369 currently. But if I were at 0, it'd only be 305. You can see, as it goes up, you gain, like, a pretty decent amount of damage added to it. As well as It improves your defenses, your item discovery, and your curse resistance. So you should kind of have that stuff. You should kind of be going around with a big stack of humanity. But it's also, you know, a little riskier. So then if you die and don't reclaim your bloodstain, then that's gone forever.
Forge I can. Strong I am.
Strong he is. And we're gonna get another level. One of the nice things about going for the Fury Sword is that you can get so much Demon Titanite before you get to him. So if you have like enough souls, you can just pump the sword up to maximum very quickly. And the amount of damage you'll be doing goes way, way up. Alright, so let's go out here. This leads to this little bit here, where I like absolutely 100% landed directly on this big spike, and should have been killed for it. But it's not a mechanic in the game, so you don't have to worry about it. But very much looks like you should have to worry. Oh, that's right. There's one of the arches that doesn't have the point in it, and so you can just slip through there. And so, back to the main hall. It is kind of funny that, like, the idea of walking on the buttresses was so enticing to one of the designers for, for establishing the aesthetic of Anor Londo, that they're like, it's even part of, like, it's not a thing that you're just doing, because you're sneaking in. They're like, no, we want this to be actual part of, like, an actual part of the level, like the world. So I think that's kind of funny. Come here. No. Then isn't that just a sinister thing to hear? To read, rather. You feel the black eye orb quivering. We got some other stuff to take care of first, though. Ow. It'd be great if you guys split. I only need the participation of one of you. And it looks like that's gonna be you. Wow. Okay, you stop that. Oh, and that's just enough to go back to our friend here for a moment. Forge he can. Strong he is. And that's another level on the Fury Sword. We're gonna have this level 5 before we even fight Ornstein and Snow. Someone said, "Is your voice okay? It sounds so different." Different in a good way? Or do I sound just kind of off today? I've been talking to my speech therapist more about like I'm supposed to be trying to speak very like softly at any given moment. Like one of the problems that I've had historically is like putting too much effort into talking, and so I kind of like wear my throat out a bit. But I've been trying to get, to be a little better about that. I don't actually remember if I need to worry about how many flasks I have going into the invasion. But, we are going to allow ourselves humanity if we need it as well. Hey friend, come here. Ow. No. And that'll be just enough to take it to level 5. But lately I've been, like, the things that we're still working on, speech-wise, are, like, trying to put less effort into speaking, like trying to speak using less effort, articulation, and I still have a bit of a lisp that I'm trying to minimize as well as I can. So if you notice that I sound different, it is a deliberate thing. It is something I'm working on. Alright. And so now we are, like, for comparison, this is 90 and 255 versus our winged spear having been just 154. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Beandib. In my humble opinion, Daft Band's voice has seen a noticeable change / improvement, especially compared to the first couple streams. I'm glad. There's a bit of me that's like, almost even like glad that I've been meaning to do some voiced videos, and there's part of me that's glad that like I've let myself let myself get like a little more recovered before doing them. I'm not. I'm in the middle of something. These guys. Alright. I'll see you later. Or not. This is just getting to be silly. Oh, now I'm too far away. Alright, well. If flasks did matter, I'd be back to square one. Stop it. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Alice Bouchard, I think. Sorry I cannot give you much, but I love your work. You don't have to worry about that. Any amount is appreciated. In fact, even just like watching the videos is appreciated. I really appreciate it. And now we're gonna go do some PvP. Sort of. Hey everybody. Okay, that's right. You can't use flasks at all. But you can use humanity. And I got one of you as a volunteer, please. This is seemingly what happened to the other sealer.
Well,
Was either killed by Lautrec and his friends, or is one of Lautrec's friends. Hello, Lautrec. Give me a moment. Just like in real PvP, it kind of doesn't matter what happens to the phantoms if the host is dead. Ah. Good job, idiots. And that's that taken care of. Now the question is, do I commit to the Ring of Favor and Protection now? A ring symbolizing the favor and protection of the goddess Athena, known in legend to possess faithful beauty. This ring boosts its wearer's HP, stamina, and max equipment load, but breaks if ever removed. This is... it's like essentially the best ring in the game, but is fixed in place. It is stuck there forever if you ever put it on. So, may as well. Just for fun. And that's, you can see a like pretty decent chunk of added health. Do I want to change my equipment at all with that in mind? Alright, we're going mostly Chaos Servant now. Wow. Okay, come on. Now the question is, do I want to bring Great Chaos Fireball to Ornstein and Smough? It's kind of an easier thing to do, but I guess let's go for it. It's all fun. Take those out, get Great Chaos Fireball, and regular Fireball. And betray our roots as a sorcerer for a little bit. Someone said, Zooey, you're pronouncing Ornstein wrong. It's pronounced Ornstein, not Ornstein. I assume they actually mean, like Ornstein. But, that I was just... I was not really paying attention there. But, I think that it would be like Ornstein, because, from memory, isn't it a German name? So, like, when you're pronouncing German words, you see an E and an I together, you pronounce, the second of the two. Like if it's IE, you pronounce it with an E, and if it's EI, you pronounce it with an I. So Ornstein. Okay, come on. No. I apparently, to my understanding, have like a pretty significant amount of my heritage is German, and so like for a while I was taking like German language stuff. Oh, and I guess if we're doing this, you're not gonna shoot me, right? I guess if we're doing pyromancy, we don't need to use the Dragon Crest ring. And instead, we'll go ahead and switch to steel protection. Hey friend. And we're just gonna go for it. Oh. People are saying the ring still boosts pyromancy. My bad. You have one of the most famous fights in the game, and it's also kind of a little buggy. There's like some oddities with the way that Ornstein's like charge attack works, and depending on when you kill, like it's possible to end up with a lingering hitbox from Smough, even when his model is like fully disabled. One thing that's like an interesting bit of the approach to like duo fights for this compared to like later fights is that you are strongly incentivized to only focus on one of them, because all of the damage you do to the other one like does not matter in the long run. Whereas much more often in the later games, if there are two enemies, the phase change doesn't happen until you've gotten both of them down. So focusing on one can help, you know, split them up, but you still have to do all of the work eventually. And actually, I should have taken a moment to talk about them. I don't know why I launched straight into the fight. This isn't like me. Here's a fun bit. I'm not moving the camera. The map is just getting smaller. Like, he doesn't get bigger. The map gets smaller for that cutscene. I'll do something for Smo, but this is Ornstein. An interesting bit of the, like, how to say it. One of the things that they were doing in development is that they named Smo and the Channeler for Knight C and for Knight D to give the implication of the four Knights of Gwyn. And then neither Ornstein, or neither Smo nor the Channeler ended up being the four Knights of Gwyn, but it did lead to the conceptualization of Ornstein as one of those knights. And notably, Ornstein himself does not actually have like a four knight label as his internal name. Instead, his internal name is Griffin. Or not Griffin, Griffith. Kind of ruined the whole moment there. Instead, his internal name is Griffith. So there's like an implication of, you know, ambition and all of that. Like, if he is actually at all like Griffith, then he's a quite dangerous person. But like, how exactly they went from, you know, wanting to do some sort of echo to of Griffith to the Dragon Slayer Ornstein must have been like a bit of a winding path. As I mentioned before, when they were designing his spear, they wanted to give special attention to like how it would be specialized to pierce the hide of a dragon. And so this little crossbar exists so that Ornstein can either like grab it with his hand and put his full body weight into the thrust, or even like kick it after it has been pierced in a little bit. You can like drive it in with his foot, or like using his full body weight. And each of the four Knights of Gwyn are based in some way off of an animal. And so, of course, the animal for Ornstein is a lion. And actually, the visor of his helmet is the lion's mouth. Like, where you are actually looking out of the helmet is the mouth. So with that in mind, you can see kind of the, like, frog helm shape to his helmet, and how the whole, like, lion crest on top of it is entirely ornamental. Like, he's not looking through the eyes of the lion. Instead, he's just looking through its mouth. He's got a very, like, elaborate gilded armor with, like, a red surcoat to give this, like, sense of regalness that, this association with, like, heroic red flowing mane and the lion is obviously something that comes up a lot more later in Elden Ring. Like, this is already in some ways kind of setting the first shades of characters like Melania and Radagon and Radon, etc. And I think the easiest way to fix not remembering to go over Mo is to just disable you for a second. And we're going to bring in this guy. We have a second Smo to look at. But this also is fun because it'll give you an idea of how much bigger Super Ornstein is than actual Smo. Like, they're kind of like, there's kind of a very obvious amount of discrepancy. Like, Ornstein gets, like, a lot bigger than just becoming Smo-sized. And, for the sake of just everyone's benefit, I'm gonna take away your lightning. That not do it. Where do you get your lightning from, then? Well, that's kind of annoying. What if I do this? We still have it. What if I do that? Wonderful. Just needed it to be, like, a little quieter for my own sanity. Alright. So this is, of course, like, a very unusual armor design. It's similar to Ornstein. The secret of his helmet is that the face is a trick. This is the actual visor of the helmet. This little, like, Y-shaped slit here is where he's looking from. And that's also true when, I think that's true when you, the player, are wearing the helmet as well. This is one of the armor sets, like, Miyazaki said that he wanted his armor set to be, like, something, inhuman, like something that is so bizarre that it, like, does not remind you of, like, regular human culture. It is something dreamed up by the absurd and the deranged. I don't remember if, like, what the exact quote is, but it's something along those lines. It's very much designed to be a thing that, like, surprises you when you see it. And it forms kind of a pair with Ornstein of having that same kind of gilded aesthetic. And this is, this was Miyazaki's favorite armor set, which tells you a lot about his kind of peculiar tastes, I guess. And he said that he had to fight very hard with the modelers and animators to allow the player to wear it. Like, the proportions of it are so very different. It's not an easy job to adapt this to the player skeleton in a way that is at all sensible. But Smo is kind of like, there's a bit of it's the story of its development, of Smo's development, is kind of represented in game as well. Like, referred to as someone who could have been one of the 4 Knights of Wynn, but was barred from it because of his cannibalistic tendencies. Like, he was just too strange and almost monstrous to fit the job of the 4 Knights. And that's sort of reflected in the fact that he was internally referred to as a 4 Knight, and instead was demoted to the position of Executioner. But very much an interesting guy. The way that they, like, did not hold themselves to kind of realism in this moment and wanted to make something just truly strange, but still put a lot of thought into the construction of it all and, like, what it would say about the person under the armor. And I don't know why they did the chin like this. That just looks like it'd be weird for the helmet. I guess I kind of wonder if there's, like, when you think about some armor sets, they have, like, that kind of beak to them, that, like, a protrusion around your mouth when you're wearing the helmet, as, like, a way to make them, like, a little more breathable. So I wonder if this, like, bulbous area with the continued slit of the visor going down it is intentionally meant to be like this is where Smo's eyes are, his nose and his mouth would be kind of in this hollow. So I wonder if the idea is that that's there to, like, help him breathe in the armor. Or if it's just another bit of, like, you know, the strange kind of outlandish look of it all. But yeah. A lot of interesting stuff going on with armor, of course. This is why it's, like, one of, like, these two are some of the most iconic characters of the game. Like, before, I said that the thing that I think of when I think of Dark Souls is the Gaping Dragon. And for a lot of other people, probably the first thing that comes to mind are these two. They're definitely one of the most memorable and iconic bosses in the game. And there's, like, the naturally the element of which one you beat first ends up affecting the moveset of the one that remains. And just like that, they're taken care of. This is potentially another instance of that, like, two-sized approach to the architecture of Anor Londo. We've got this much larger elevator over here, and this much smaller one here. I actually checked, and Ornstein just barely cannot fit in this elevator. It's so sad. Oh, thank you for the 5 gift memberships, Dust in the Wind. I really appreciate it. Okay, is it actually up here? Is it just in the prototype one? I think just in the prototype one. They're like, kind of only left one of them standing, but there's like the Silver Knight statues lining the pillars of the arena, and there's like a prototype version of the model, or of the arena, that has just like images of, I think it's like Spanish knights, something like that, in his placeholders. And of course you've got more statues of Gwyn, and an empty spot for, presumably, the Dishonored Firstborn. But in the prototype version of the map, there are also a bunch of other statues up here in the top. Or, not a bunch of other ones, there's one other statue that is like repeated in the top, that is the Star Maiden, if I remember correctly. That has an appearance that very much looks like it inspired Gwendolyn. Also, I'm gonna take a moment to go to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be right back. Alright, hello everyone, I'm back. Now it is, of course, time for another one of everyone's favorite people.
Thou hast journeyed far, and overcome much, chosen undead. Come hither, child. O chosen undead, I am Guinevere, daughter of Lord Gwyn and Queen of Sunlight. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee. I bequeath the Lord vessel to thee. And beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices.
And this is, of course, kind of the bait on the hook. This is the most overt that, you know, the architects of the Undead Prophecy get. This thing is not Guinevere. This is a puppet created by Gwendolyn to lure you into a belief that you are doing something good, something that will benefit you, but it's just another instance of the trap that they're laying. This is, you know, the biggest show of like something flashy, beautiful, radiant as just a cover for the whole thing. And of course, now I have to remember what the animation ID is for this. There is a very real chance that I'll accidentally do the animation that kills her, and then I'd be in trouble. What range is that in? I want to say 9,000. Not the 9,000 range. I'm worried that 8,000 is the range where she dies. Like, this is a problem, because I have tried to do this, like just winging it sometimes, and accidentally killed her. Someone said it's 7,000 something. Let's hope that's true. Oh, there we go. So she does have animations for talking and for gestures and for other things. You can see like her eyes open and her mouth moves. Let's see. It's an easy way to do this. Move myself up here. This is how she looks with her eyes open. And her mouth does move a little bit. Instead, they chose to go with this, like, I don't know, gentle, reposed look. Which, I don't know if it's deliberate to not have her mouth move as, like, a bit of an indication that, it's all a farce, but everything about her is a little suspicious. There's like a classic story of some of the early interviews claiming that, or like early translations of interviews claiming that she had a mouth in her hand, but is actually that the player was supposed to kiss her hand. And so you can see, she like extends her hand out for the player to touch it, and then has like a looping animation to hold that pose, and then withdrawing her hand. And so the player was supposed to have, you know, like a matching pose of kneeling down to kiss the back of her hand instead. But in the actual game, you're like all the way down here. So if she like reaches out, you're too far away for that by like quite a bit. Now the question is, should I immediately go for it?
Oh, chosen undead.
Let's talk to her a little more.
Journeyed far. Since the day Father his form did obscureth, I have awaited thee, once living, now undead, and a fitting heir to Father Gwyn thou art. O chosen undead, and beseech thee, succeed Lord Gwyn, and inheriteth the fire of our world, a grave and arduous test of metal, yea, it shall be. Indeed, we had felt the warmth of fire, its radiance and the life it sustaineth. Without fire, all shall be a frigid and frightful dark. Please, Father's role thou should assume, and inheriteth the fire of our world. Thou shalt endeth this eternal twilight, and avert further undead sacrifices. Kingseeker Frant, the primordial serpent, shall guide thee.
So of course, all of this is kind of like to lead you into thinking that, you know, like, take over Gwyn's role and inherit his position and all of that stuff. And you're thinking, you know, his role as the Lord of Sunlight and, you know, the King of the Gods. And of course, all of that is a lie.
Please, thou...
It's really interesting to think about it from the
may thou be one with the sunlight forevermore.
There are like the two angles on this. Like, this dialogue is written to both convince players that don't know what's going on, but then to also take on a very different meaning once you do know what's going on. Like, it's all a very big setup. It's a very interesting way that they have, like, arranged the whole, like, secondary angle to everything you hear about the undead prophecy. Also, kind of stopped modeling her. Like, it's kind of funny when you think about this as like an illusion that was produced by Gwendolyn, and then Gwendolyn's like, you're only gonna see this from one side, and so I'm not gonna worry too much about how it looks from other angles. You could almost think of it as being diegetic. Either the real world modelers weren't doing it, or just Gwendolyn wasn't. Well, we'll keep that around for now. Might come back to that later. Let's keep going with intelligence. We're gonna need, or actually, wait, no. what did I need for the Silver Knight Spear again? I'm gonna want that here in a bit. 16 and 22. I can almost get that now. Also, I don't think I need to be running around with all of the pyromancy at the moment. Let's switch back to sorcery. I said, can you tell us something more about her and Flan? There's kind of not much to say about Flame God Flan. Like, it's one of those instances of a name just getting dropped, and you just get left to wonder about it. I don't even have the ring that talks about that. I do have this, though. Ring of the Sun's firstborn. Lord Gwyn's firstborn, who inherited the sunlight, once wore this ancient ring. Boosts the strength of miracles. Lord Gwyn's firstborn was a god of war, but his foolishness led to a loss of the annals and rescinding of his deific status. Today, even his name is not known. That's like a bit of dialogue that back in the day caused like a lot of confusion. There are a lot of people that thought that like the firstborn's actions literally led to a loss of like the recorded history of Anor Londo or something like that. But the description gets updated later to specify that it's more that the firstborn did something that led to his name being stricken from the annals of history. Oh yeah, there's... I think that it's a ring that mentions that Guinevere, like actual Guinevere, fled Anor Londo with her husband, the flame god Flan, which, in a setting where like fire is this important to the world, the idea of someone being the flame god is very evocative. You have to wonder like what his deal actually was. But I don't think he gets mentioned again. And this is potentially the person whose footsteps you were following in. Like, the area up here with the broken window that you went through. They have been broken by none other than Black Iron Tarkus. And then he fell off the rafters and died. It's an interesting bit that the like undead merchant in Sun's Fortress says that a bunch of the says Night King Rendell, Iron Tarkus, and Logan failed to make it through Sun's Fortress, but you do end up finding Tarkus's armor here, so it does seem that he ended up getting through eventually. Great Shield of the Mighty Knight Tarkus. Built of special black iron and even heavier than a Baronite or Berenike Knight's Tower Shield, especially resistant to fire attacks and effective for shield bashing. The fun thing about this shield is that you not two-hand your left hand in this one. I don't actually remember. This shield was one of the winners of the, like, they had a contest for, designing shields. And this is, like, this symbol is apparently actually, like the symbol used by a real life, either like a historical war reenactor or like a LARP group. I don't remember, but you can find like images of the people who the symbol like actually belongs to, having a bunch of shields just like this. And so I guess one of them just submitted it to the shield design contest, and it got accepted in the game. It's a fun little thing for them, I guess. I kind of wonder how they feel about that, like seeing that shield design crop up again in the game, and like fan art of Tarkus and all sorts of other stuff. The concept art of Tarkus, instead of having like a big sword and a shield, I think he has just like a big blunt-ended like executioner type sword. So them adding that sword to him as a result of the shield design contest did kind of change his style a bit. And this is of course a treasure that we found in the Undead Asylum. The peculiar doll, a strange doll in strange dress. The once was an abomination who had no place in this world. She clutched this doll tightly, and was eventually drawn into a cold and lonely, painted world. This is that world in question. And I kind of remember the like first time that I actually like found this place and went in, and there's the whole thing of this being, you know, the test world. And so its aesthetic is so very different from the rest of the game. This is probably my favorite area in Dark Souls 1. And I love this implication of like a whole continuing world of the painting out here, and you're just in this one little spot of it. All this stuff past the bridge. Of course, there's not like a whole lot detailed about it, because why would there be? But that concept kind of gets explored later with the painted world with Ashes of Ariandel in Dark Souls 3. The painted world, like, in universe, is a place that things with no home ended up drawn into. And conceptually, that ends up being true of it as well. Because it's, designed around having been a place that they couldn't fit into the game, and a place where they have placed a bunch of enemies that didn't have a place in the game otherwise. But as like the thing that they made after Demon Souls, as like a prototype for Dark Souls, there's a lot of very Demon Souls adjacent level design to it. Like the philosophy of the Archstones is still very present in the Painted World's level design. Someone said, Zuli, can you talk about the cut NPC painter Ariamis? Not many people know he was a guy. That is a thing that I've like heard about, and I'm not sure of the specifics of it. Like, if I remember correctly, there's just like, there's a big list here of like all of the NPCs, and if I press any of these buttons, it will overwrite my character with that NPC, and so it's actually a very dangerous menu to open, and I don't want to mess with it. But that's like all of the NPCs in the like NPC character initialization data param, and I think that one of them is labeled as being Ariamis, and is like someone in painting guardian clothes. This is the thing that was kind of funny about. So the first playthrough that I did, ended up using Quaelag's Fury Sword. And so I ended up, killing these guys with the Fury Sword. And so then the second playthrough that I did, I was just using like a regular spear. And so what ends up happening when you kill them with a spear they like burst into a cloud of toxic. But they don't do that if you kill them with fire, specifically. So I went through the whole first time with my Fury Sword, not knowing that they did that. That I was always killing them with fire. And so the second time I go through, I think that I know what these guys' deal is and how they work. And I get informed that I'm rudely informed that I'm mistaken. There's this very loud rat down here. Someone said, a safe haven for outcasts. Kind of like Elfeo, the city of the Halig tree. It's not a connection that I had made before, but that does make a kind of sense, yeah. There's potentially another instance of that aesthetic being explored. And so these guys are, they're like referred to in Dark Souls 1 as crow demons, but are later, like the concept of them is later expanded on in Dark Souls 3 as the concept of the Corvians. And the thing that, like the guiding concept of their aesthetic is that they were people who so desperately wanted to fly that they convinced themselves that they were turning into crows, and the strength of their belief led to their bodies actually changing. There's a bit in an interview where they are referred to as like followers of Velka, but it's not entirely clear if that's fully the concept in the finished version. But they mentioned giving like particular attention to like a sense of awkwardness and a sense of like the amount of effort that it would take to twist your body into something else. But ultimately, they managed to do it. They are, in some ways, a representation of, like, change through intention and strength of will, I suppose. And they're also fried chicken. It's kind of a recurring theme, like a motif rather, that appears in multiple different designs across the Soul series of like the effort and awkwardness of change and of becoming something. Like the same aesthetic applies to the like people who undergo dragon transformation through the path of the dragon. They very deliberately wanted them to look gangly and strange and awkward. It's like still all part of the path to becoming something else. And it's interesting to have that, like, appreciation for inelegance. Like, the idea that it is still worth doing, even if it is gangly and strange, and that it'll make you look weird. It's still worth the effort of attempting to change. Did I get... Yeah, I did. Okay. There's also a particularly funny bit of Miyazaki saying that he like acted out the animations of the dragon form, and they showed him the work that they'd done, and he's like, I don't think it looked that awkward when I did it. And all of the people on the staff telling him, yes, it did. He's like, at first I was disheartened, but then I came to think that the awkwardness was very fitting for it. You just imagine Miyazaki doing the like little claw swipes of the dragon form, and thinking that it looked a lot cooler than it did. There's a lot of stuff about the way that Miyazaki, conducts himself in game design that is very endearing. It's kind of funny to think about. And that's a sleepy guy. Formerly sleepy. We're just gonna kind of stand over here. And it'll die eventually. Similar to the one in the Valley of the Drakes. It's also like, a thing that is afflicted by the nature of life. When the dragons were like transcendent beings beyond life and death, and ow. I'm trying to have a moment. Okay. But, like, going from an existence where death wasn't even a concept to one where even undeath exists. There's like just a sense of sorrow to it all. It's something that could have been eternal and majestic was reduced to something unendingly withering. Like, instead of being a permanent fixture of, like, majesty, it is a thing that has degraded so far that it's simply sad. Anyway, I'm gonna keep shooting it in the head. This is probably, like, in the long run, I think this is adding to the indignity of it all. Like, that was not a particularly, like, glorious, satisfying end. That was also just kind of rude. Kind of another cruelty inflicted on it. Also, wake up. That's the back half of it. And similar to all of the other stuff, like the same way that we smacked Andre out of his neutral animation and smacked Frampt out of his as well, you can just do that. You can just pop it up. This is of course because the like jumping attack has the like jump flag, like the grab flag to it because of plunging attacks. And so you like when you hit it with the jump attack, you try to initiate a grab on it, and it doesn't have like a matching grab to repeat back to you to like pair up. Like it doesn't have the data to do anything with that, so instead it just stands up. And that works for like anything that's in a fixed like looping animation. You just interrupt it by doing the jump attack on it. We'll see more of that guy later. Oh yeah, there was like an interesting thing that I was thinking about with the dragon butts. That's like, it was thought for a while that some larger dinosaurs had a had like a brain in like around their hip area. They thought that there was a secondary brain that was there to like facilitate the movement of their body, because it was just so large and so like their limbs were so far removed from their actual brain. And it turns out that's not true. That doesn't exist. But I've always thought, like, not always thought, when I thought about that in conjunction with the dragon butts, I kind of thought that'd be like an interesting angle to it. Like if they did have that idea in mind of like having a secondary brain in the back legs, and that becoming a secondary, like a separate, different zombie. But I imagine that's not actually part of it at all, but it's a funny thing to think about. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Helpful Hollow. Similar to what the one chatter said, this and Ariandel, like Elfale, is the slowly decaying home for unwanted things. Interesting to see the ideas over time. Love the streams and content too. Yeah, it's like a thing that I hadn't thought about before, but which does like kind of slot perfectly together. The idea that Elfale and like Mikkela's a belief in like providing a home for all things kind of do echo the painted world. There are some places where the like real challenge of the fight is kind of that if you roll, you die. Well, oh wow, it lived that. They just live down there now. That's fine. We'll deal with that later. Hello, birds. It's kind of funny that, like, kind of similar to the Great Hollow being, you know, an illusory wall behind an illusory wall. Painted World is a hidden area that you can only get to after you go to another different hidden area. The like level of like the willingness to lock content away behind secrets and obscurity is one of the things that's very appealing about Dark Souls 1. they, like, truly don't mind that some number of players aren't gonna see this. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Tiger. Sleepy time. Have fun, Zuli and Chad. I hope you sleep well. Hey guys. I don't like fighting those guys. Someone said, Zuli, I feel silly for asking this, but do we think there's some lore reason for the dragon butts in Izalith? Or is it 100% just out of dev time, copy-paste assets? My thought on it is that I think that there was gonna be one of them in Izalith. Like, if you think about it, you think about the position of the undead dragon in the Valley of the Drakes, and then you think about the like where Izalith would be in relation to that. I think the idea was going to be that the back half of that dragon fell down into Izalith and was going to be there as like a cute world building thing. But then dev time forced them to like just copy that over a bunch. Like, I think it was going to be like a cute detail where there was one of them, and it just kind of fell apart. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Big Donut. Before we get there, Priscilla says this world's inhabitants are peaceful. Clearly they are not. Just missing content or something. It kind of might be, you know, that, like, you are an intruder, and so, like, when you think about the fact that the painted world is a place for, like, lost and unwanted things, they are probably, like, more sensitive to the idea of being, like, chased after. See, there's like a bit that I'm trying to do. Okay, it didn't work out. It's somewhere where if you stand, it just like runs around in a circle trying to get you and you can't figure it out. But I don't remember where it is. Stop trying to do that. Ah. Stop it. And that was Xanthos King Jeremiah. I did kind of forget to pause and look at him, so that was my bad. Jeremiah is naturally like the follow-up to the old monk in Demon Souls, and it's the first instance of like the Xanthos scholars that are later elaborated on in Dark Souls 3. But that whole imagery of the yellow cloth and the king in yellow naturally ties back into Lovecraft. And I'm pretty sure last time I said it wrong, and I think it's Hoster is the king in yellow. I don't remember if there's a particular reason for all of these guys, other than the fact that you can. There's reason enough for some. Alright, well. Time for one of the worst places. Here's a place where you have to... Ow. I was gonna say you have to carefully check the corners, and I thought I did. But... not careful enough. While you're trying to go through this, there are some of the worst guys. Skeletons that just got put inside of a wheel. This is, I guess, like a reference to, like an execution method that, I'm not sure if it was actually, like, a historically real thing or just, like, kind of vibes, but, it's also naturally a design that, like, is kind of, you know, patterned after something in Berserk. Maybe not. Yeah, and they're evil. They're bad guys. They're the villains. Snow decided, you're mumbling too much, lock in. Okay. I don't know how to do that. Hey friend. You can go over there. Hello. Let me just kind of sneak around too. Why not? Everyone's doing it. Ow. Stop it. How did you get down here? Ow. Oh my god. You know. Please. Ow. Okay. Oh, come on. It's tradition. That's another tradition. It's all traditional. All of the deaths have been traditional. So kind of the thing that makes them, like, so lethal is that, that was weird. One of the things that makes them so lethal is that the way that their attack functions is they are repeating an animation. How did that... What What was that interaction? Weird stuff happening. But, typically, with an attack, the attacker will hit you and then you'll get flagged as being, like, safe from the rest of the attack. So it's like... Oh, I'm doing so much less damage because my humanity is gone. Of course. But, essentially... Oh, no. You were saying you did a kick. No, I meant the interaction of, like, the bone wheel was, like, right here, and I was right here, and it wasn't hitting me. I was like, interesting. And I was just surprised that it managed to miss me. Hey guy. Did you get like pushed under the floor by your friends? Are you usually down here? I don't remember. But like, typically with attacks, the attack happens and then you are like safe from being hit again. But in order to do the bone wheel animation, they have to like continually repeat the rolling animation. And so it means that like over and over and over again they are doing like the same attack. They're doing like new instances of the attack instead of like just doing one attack. And we're just gonna have a nice little peaceful moment before the bad things happen to us. Oh my god. Why was it right there? Ow. One of the biggest mistakes you can make against the bone wheels is trying to block them. Please don't do that. I need to get my stag. Any amount of cheesing it is justified when it's bone wheels. What? No, please don't. Stop. Alright. Running in the water is just so very loud. I don't remember where the other ladder leads to, but I guess let's go that way. I managed to escape, and I'm surprised, honestly. Oh, that's right. Like right here. Hello, everyone. Right. Okay. So we got all of that taken care of. And what a nightmare it was. Ew. Thank you for the super chat. Moose.mp4. Hi friend. Love this stream. It's like watching Dark Souls with director commentary. Thank you. Bye. I'm glad you enjoy it. I'm doing my best to have relevant things to say, while also losing my mind to the bone wheels. Ow. So of course, this statue is something that has invited like a lot of speculation about it. There's the idea that this is perhaps a statue of Velka, and the child is perhaps Priscilla. But like a lot of things in the series, it's something that is, you know, just kind of left there for the players to think over, to speculate about. Never really know for sure what the deal with it is. Any number of different ways that could go, but kind of left up to you to decide what you think it is. There's some people that are a lot more like resistant to just believing whatever, and there are others that are like pretty quick to just go, I'm confident I know exactly what this is. Which is, I think, all just part of the fun. Anytime that you continue to talk about, to speculate, to theorize, you're still playing Dark Souls. That's one of the things that's kind of fun, kind of weird. You have all of these statues that or perhaps not statues, but like petrified corpses that use the same model as Andre. And it's not clear if that's like a lore consideration or if that's like signposting because of the game. Like if they are using the image of a blacksmith because they want you to note that that is like a thing relating to blacksmiths, that the item you just got is something that you should go take to a blacksmith. The Dark Ember. Ember required for weapon ascension. The church long hid the forbidden Black Ember, and no living blacksmith knows of it. Occult weapons were used to hunt the gods, and are effective against their followers and kin. This is like the same way that the painting is used as like, or is like a sanctuary for those with no place to go. It also kind of seems like it might be a dumping grounds for unwanted things as well. Like there are those who may have deliberately placed things in the painting as a way to get rid of them. Hello, bird. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Soul Pelt Jew. Holy moly, is this famous data miner Zuli the Witch? I'm Lydia, the bat. I've been Zuli the Witch before. And I kind of still am. You can be multiple things at the same time. It's fun. Ow. I'd recommend it. We got one souvenir of reprisal. We're gonna be the best dark moon ever. You can kind of see with all of this that that sense of a very like tightly wound loop, like a knot. There's one bonfire in this map, and the level design keeps wheeling back in on itself to send you back there. The place is, you know, that it's very much still continuing the ideas that they pioneered in Demon Souls, but which would later be kind of replaced by just standard progression of bonfires. So it's interesting in its own way, of like a place for unwanted things, in that it is even a place for now unwanted design concepts. Like, this is the last little bit of Demon Souls. It's also a thing that the like enemy roster, and especially the boss of the area, seem to have been like changed around a lot. Like, I can't imagine when they were demoing the map initially that it had like these weirdos in it. But the final boss of the area has apparently at different times been seemingly Grave Lord Nito, the Demon Fire Sage, and Priscilla. Possible other things were there, but those are the ones that we know about. Hello, 1 million guys. They're back. 1 million for close enough. This is about where if you jump attack the dragon, this is where like let's out at. Actually, let's go back up there. It's kind of funny to do it. Actually, I might need that before I get there. But I think that they said that it wasn't like Nito just incidentally was the boss of this area at one point. I think it's the thing that like Nito was initially conceptualized as the boss of this area. And I think that that's potentially also true for Stray Demon. The biggest indication of Stray Demon potentially being the boss here is that its AI is referred to as Snow Demon. Oh, I missed it. There's like a bit of, like the collision extends up a little further up than this. So if you fall from the bridge, you can land up there and just be floating in the air. And that kind of suggests that that shortcut was not intentional. Because you kind of just end up floating in the sky a little bit.
Who art thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
This is, of course, the enemy of all living things, and the most dangerous being in all of Lordran. And her tail is very fluffy. Like I said, you can be more than one thing, and I encourage it, in fact.
Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
The thing that I've always thought about in relation to Priscilla, and the idea that she is, the enemy of all life, and or the antithesis of life, is that she is the expression of cold in a world where all life is derived from fire. She is entropy. She is the absence of fire, the thing that takes life away from other things. So, like, despite her disposition, she is still, like, by her nature, a thing which is opposed to life. I find really interesting to think about. So, is this where it is? Okay, no, it's not that. There's, like an indication that you would have, like, broken through the floor and fell down to the boss, which, at a time where that would have been, like the fire sage. The idea of, like, you walk in here and the floor breaks and you fall down into a fight against the fire sage. You can tell that that's a concept that got repurposed instead for the stray demon. Someone said, are we gonna get the cool Priscilla running animation? May as well. Have fun with it. What do I need to do for this? I don't remember. Just have, like, he's not able to move right now, and I don't remember if I can do that without making her hostile, which I don't really want to do. I mean, I guess I can just, like, show it, right? Let's see. Reset position at initial position. Turn that on. So you never see this because she, only, like, walks during her fight. But she does have a run animation. She's just going for it. And we can also show our other cute little animation. It's not one of those, is it? There we go.
Thou must returneth whence thou came. This land is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
This is how you talk to short people. So, unlike a lot of things, Priscilla's design was apparently handled, like, outside of From Software. They said that they had a very distinct impression of the way that they wanted her to look, and so they were able to entrust her design to, like, a contractor instead. And they ended up producing this, Snow White dragon woman. There's like scales forming almost like a choker around her neck. Got like a little bit of like fur but scales or something on her brow ridge. And it's not entirely clear if the fur is clothing or part of her body. It does match her tail. So this just may be how she is, fundamentally. And yet, despite all of this, still, a thing that the gods feared. Just, they were terribly scared of her. And she was either driven into the painting or fled there on her own. Apparently, of course, like, pretty well known, but she was going to be the heroine of the game. Like, similar to the Maiden in Black or Shanalot or the Doll, etc. And there's even a part in, like, I was reading one of the pre-release interviews, and Miyazaki was talking about, like, the heroine character and, like, how they were still, like, working out where she should appear and how to use her and all that. And that clearly all kind of fell through, sadly. And she ended up here instead. Although I suppose there's also a world where, at the time he could have been referring to Anastasia. Oh, thank you for the super chat, BC. Zuli, From Software has many directors. Dark Souls 2, Armored Core 6, Nightrain now. What is a style or genre of game you would like to see them exploring? I don't know that I really have a preference. I'm kind of good with whatever. One of the things that I think is kind of interesting about the world where Priscilla is going to be the heroine is that it's mentioned that Firelink was going to be like a water shrine initially. And there's a lot of places where, like, the little, like, divot where the bonfire exists in now was going to be a pool. There's like stuff for Priscilla having footsteps in water. So with her boss fight now, she disappears in like a flurry of ice, and you see her footsteps in the snow. So there may have been a time where instead it would have been she's like goes invisible and then walks around in a pool of water, and you find her that way. No way to be sure. Anyway, see you later. We were asked very nicely to leave, and so we will. It would be a pretty good prank of hers to just be like, please leave, jump off the bridge. And there's like not any magic or anything to it. Alright, so this is actually the 1 million guys. They're just all hanging out. Hey everybody. I'm just trying to leave. Don't mind me. One of the like interesting bits of like a thing that I find very interesting about just game development in general is like having to find a place for things and like figuring out how to use things. Like there's sometimes a pull to feel like because something was moved around or changed or cut or something, that it's worse for him. That the game, that it like undercuts something about it. But I think the improvisational element of it is still very important and interesting. Also, I completely forgot to mention the funniest thing about the Nightess last time I talked about her. I mentioned that Miyazaki praised the design as like the over large size of her head was meant to evoke a girlish sense of innocence. And then the artist actually responsible for the armor said that actually that was just a like a Photoshop error. They accidentally pasted the layer for the head a little bigger than they meant to. And so the like slightly disproportionately large head of the armor was like an error, and Miyazaki instead interpreted it as like this added element of femininity to it. Kind of funny to think about.
So you have received a revelation. Very auspicious. I hope for the best. I pray that through you, her wish will be granted. Have you heard of Seath the Scaleless? In legend, he turned against the ancient dragons. He became Lord Gwyn's confidant, was granted dukedom, and was allowed to pursue his research. At the Regal Archives, he immersed himself in research on scales of immortality. The one thing that he did not have. But his very research drove him mad. The archives became a dungeon, a place for sinister experiments. Now, nobody dares even approach the Duke's forbidden archives. It looms over this land high atop the mountain. But I should warn against even an approach. If you require rest, now is the time. That is, after all, what the bonfire is for. If you require that...
No, I don't want to do that. So of course, the one Firekeeper soul that we have in our inventory is the soul of the Ash Maiden, Firekeeper of Firelink Shrine. What's the Oh, that was a terrible one. Was the Ash Maiden locked in this dark prison for some transgression, or by her own will? So, if you're just like, yeah, go ahead, take the Firekeeper soul and put it in my flask, then you lose Anastasia forever. Oh, that was an absolutely terrible fumble to make there. Hey guys. Bye bye. So an interesting thing that, oh that's right, I can't go up here yet. I forgot I'm not allowed to. I was gonna do this. I wanted to get the Moonlight Sword, of course, but thank you for the super chat to Sabrer. Maybe I already discussed, but do you think Anastasia's character model missing legs below the knee was an intentional choice by developers or not? It's a little hard to say. Because, like, it could potentially just be, you know, a design choice of, like, her animation. But, like, it is a thing that she's canonically, like, referred to as having been maimed, and her skirt is, stained with blood. So it kind of does seem like something very deliberate. And now she's back. But the thing of it is, like, this is where her legs end. But the model's kind of not, like, posed as though it doesn't have legs, necessarily. It's hard to say if it was, like a deliberate move to canonize that her legs are not just, like, broken or injured in some way, but were cut entirely.
Thank you. I am Anastasia of Astora. Now I can continue my duty as a keeper. But I only hope that my impure tongue does not offend. Forgive me. I am impure. My tongue never intended for restoration. Please, if you have any heart, leave me be. I wish not to speak.
There's something that's, like, very sad and almost infuriating about the idea of her, like, being convinced by others that her worth is so little. Like, honestly, like, in this moment, like, I hadn't really thought about it in this angle, but, like, I don't know, there's something that is striking a chord with me of, like, a character who could not speak regaining her ability to speak and feeling so, like, ashamed and beaten down for it. Like, it's kind of making me cry, honestly. I'd never really, like, thought of that angle of it.
Forgive me. I am impure. My tongue never intended for restoration. Please, if you have any heart, leave me be. I wish not to speak.
Yeah, that's just really getting me in a way that it has has never gotten me before. I see word.
Fancy meeting you here. You did much for me up above. I am grateful. You know, I was thinking, the gates, the old fortress. Was that your doing? Yes, I knew it. It seemed like an unlikely coincidence. Well, am I fortunate? This Knight of Katarina thanks you sincerely. Please, take this as a token of my gratitude. There you are. I'll be heading down below shortly. There's nothing worthwhile up above. No worries. Venturing is my life. I'm prepared for the worst.
Thank you for the super chat, Jack Olkin. Watched your stuff for a very long time. Glad you're streaming. It's a pleasure to hear you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And that's a very generous donation. Thank you so much. Oh, and thank you for the super chat, Nolan ASD. Anastasia's tragedy feels worse because it feels real, not magic or a fantastical monster, but something all too realistic. Yeah, I think that's kind of what's putting screws in at the moment. Like that's really where it's getting to me.
There you are. I'll be heading. There's nothing.
Well, okay. We've got kind of a decision to make here. Trying to decide if I want to talk to Cass or if I want the special cutscene for Sif. Because I think you kind of have to do one or the other. Because you have to place the Lord Vessel to be able to get to the Duke's archives. And if you do that, you can't talk to Kath. But if you go talk to Kath, you have to have the Covenant of Artorias, which means you have to kill Sif. And so you can't, like your first encounter with Sif can't be, you know, after talking to Kath. So, I guess let's forget Kath and have fun with our cool, sweet dog. I guess actually, I guess that it's a lot easier for me to just play the cutscene. Like, I can just play the cutscene whenever I want. So I guess we should go do Kath instead, because that'll be the harder thing to just force to happen anyway, right? So yeah, I guess let's do it that way. That sounds like the more sensible way of going about it. I mean, honestly, if I wanted to, I could just go do the Duke's Archives. Like, the ability to kind of cheat and move things around is open to all sorts of shenanigans on my end. You know what, yeah. Let's go do the Duke's Archive instead. I can do whatever I want. Because then we can do it kind of all, you know, more or less naturally. We just need to be able to get into the archives, get the special pendant, and then do Ulasil after. Let's see. So the easy way to do this is... Yeah, you're loaded. So... I'm here too. Ow. Hello, the boar. Uh-oh. I may have been punished for my transgressions a little bit. Just like a tiny little bit. Hello, Siegward. Alright. Siegward Dark Souls 3. That's Siegmeyer. Hello, Siegmeyer. You don't know who Siegward is, but, That's gonna be relevant later. It is kind of funny to admit to, like, I can do whatever I want. I'm gonna have a power trip and then just get immediately, like, stuffed in a locker by the angry metal boar. I can do whatever I want, but I still have to, like, live with the consequences of it. So, that's my bad. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Cheese Torlini. Cupcake Souls, who does feminist readings on Souls content, describes firekeepers as suppressed women whose connection to power is ill-used by the world's governing system. It's a theme seen across the doll, Melina, Annalise, etc. Yeah, that all makes sense. Like, the bonfire, like, the firekeepers are kind of not treated as, like, honored people. They are treated as, a special resource. So the places that you find them, like, lock them up, guard them very jealously. I'm having trouble talking. But, really don't get the impression that they care for the firekeepers beyond just what they provide. I honestly don't remember if there's a better way to do this, or if this is just like how they are. Like if they're just very deliberately super annoying to fight. You can backstab the one in the bird, but these guys actually have like armor plating on their butt to specifically prevent you from doing that. And there's not really a way that you could like lure them somewhere to plunging attack them, even. Someone said, Zuli, are you a fan of Fumito Ueda games? Is that like Shadow of the Colossus and all of that? Am I remembering correctly? Okay. Yeah. Like, Shadow of the Colossus is one that, like, really stuck out to me. Like, is, you know, a game that I very much, like, love a lot of it. Just, like, the sense of scale and the narrative progression of it all is very enchanting. And of course, the horse made me cry. You all know the exact scene, I'm sure. You guys stop it. Time for sorcery battle. I think they're slightly better at sorcery battle than I am. Ow. Stop dancing. I think he's just rubbing it in now. Ow. Ow. Well, I won at the battle, at the sorcery battle, eventually. No, I'm the best sorcerer. Nobody needs to worry about how many times I had to heal in order to win sorcery battle. Stop that. Ow. Ow. Oh yeah, of course. I should take a moment to look at these guys. These are, of course, crystal hollows. They are another product of Seath's experiments. They are like like what seems to be the intention of Seath's study is that because he doesn't have the stone scales of immortality, he is instead trying to grow his own scales out of crystal instead. And so there are like all of these experiments that he's done that also like involve growing crystals on people and other things. And I've always kind of wondered if these guys are like the beginning of the crystal golems. The big crystal's kind of on the wrong side of the body for it, but the crystal golems have that same kind of like structure of crystal around them. Like, I've always wondered if the crystal golems are purely artificial or if they were grown around something instead. And if these are just like the beginning of that idea. Admittedly, the fact that they're called golems would seem to imply that they're artificial. But I don't know if it's like, if it perfectly rules it out or not. And I'm gonna be real there. I kind of forgot that that was a mimic. That was just luck. That was pure luck. So, similar to the way that the little like low detail model of the archives is a lot higher than it should be. There's also this little low detail Anor Londo that is just, you know, hidden behind this layer of fog. But it is much lower than the real one is, comparatively. They give you this impression of being just like so high above the world. Like when you think about where we came from, and that the game is telling you that's here, we definitely didn't go up that far. There's a lot of like exaggeration in making it so that the world is like relatively positioned in a way that makes sense, but is exaggerated a little bit to make it just stretch a little more. This makes you think that you've gone way higher up than you did. It's a thing that's like very careful and deliberate, and there's like potentially an argument of being like, I want it all to be one-to-one perfect and match the exact topography of the world and everything, but I think it would lose a little bit doing that. Like, it's very much about style over, you know, like an obsession, like an obsessive conformity to realism or whatever. Hello, friend. Come here. He's so slow. Like, he's fat rolling, and that makes him, like, when he dodges, he ends up dodging into the projectile. Well, rip that guy. That is also probably another person that I should have stopped. to look at them real quick. I keep forgetting to do that lately. I need to remember to stop just killing everything that I see. Alright. So I think that you want to use a ring of sacrifice for this. Hello, Seath. Someone said don't forget to put on rare ring of sacrifice. Does it need to be the rare one? Does Heath curse you? I don't remember. Yeah, so this is our first look at Heath the Scaleless in-game. So it's noted that Seath is blind, and so the channelers read books to him. So his model has like this little implication of an eyelid, but no actual eyes to speak of. You can see the like beginnings of his attempts at, you know, creating his crystal scales. His body is like merged into this big field of crystals, but the majority of his flesh is still exposed. For some reason or other, he has not been able to perfect the crystal scales that he's been trying to cultivate. Things are this like iridescent, insectile, like kind of kind of like the wings of flies. They're very like ephemeral, shimmering, transparent things that almost have the impression of feathers. But like when you think of the greedy traitor character who betrayed his own kind, you're probably not thinking of like a pure white dragon with fairy wings. So it's a very particular aesthetic for Seath, which may potentially be owed. Like, obviously, there's some amount of reference to the fact that Kingsfield has a Seath of its own, another white dragon, but one which pretends to be an angel. So this like ephemeral, almost celestial appearance that Seath has is potentially a reference to that as well. Also in this animation, his tail and both of his like tentacle legs are stuck back here in the crystal field, hidden under it. So Seath is invincible, but not like, he's not immune to damage. Instead, he regenerates like all damage done to him instantaneously. And so it's deliberate that you are supposed to run out of options and just to die to Seath. Although I did forget to show that you can leave if you want to. Like, it's possible to just get out of there. Oh, someone said, would it be possible to one-shot Seath in this encounter? Not through normal gameplay. I'm pretty sure you can't, like, legitimately. But if you do kill him with like cheats, all it does is like soft lock that fight. It doesn't even like actually kill him. You can just like reload the area and go back, and he's just there again. It's just fine. Alright, well. So, of course, one of the things here is that you are cut off from the other bonfires. You can't leave. You're not allowed to. You have this chill man serpent here who's just sitting outside your door with the key. Oh, here's a fun bit. That's a player model wearing like a skeleton. Like, it's like a shrunken little man serpent because he's using the player animation to pull the lever. It's so like little and silly. But if you want, you stop it. So if you want, you can actually leave. If you sit right here. Ow. Stop it. You have this moment of the man serpents like running away, and you're like, what are they so scared of? And you look down and start to see exactly what they're scared of. These are Pisakas. They are strange creatures that are almost like something aquatic. Kind of like weird almost jellyfish like body, like something between a jellyfish and an octopus. And like, I'm not really sure what their deal is, like what the specific inspiration that led to this is, or if it was just kind of another instance of there's like a couple designs in the game that were just wanting to do something a bit Lovecraftian, and so they're just like aquatic and strange. And they are, of course, deeply, deeply sad creatures, because they are former humans. They are victims of Seath that were also captured and used for experiments. The channelers that you see throughout the game are going around trying to kidnap maidens, and this is apparently what they are trying to make of them. And it's not entirely clear what Seath gets out of this process, like why he's even doing this. But these two have enough of their mind left to be aware of the abject torment that they've been subjected to. It's another one of those things that's sad and also just like almost a little infuriating. That Seth is just allowed to do that. And it's not even really clear, like, to what end, for what possible benefit. And there's also just the world's most, like, the spookiest gramophone in existence. Stop it. Which, for some reason, has, like, a layer of shed scales on it. This feels like another thing that is, like, that we don't have enough information about, that there's got to be, like, more to it, that there's, like, a lot of things in the Soul series that Miyazaki gives you, like, some amount of the information of, but not enough, like, deliberately withholds some answers about. And so the Pasakas have always felt like something that have something more to them, but we'll never know. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Cadence the Squirrel. If Dark Souls got a PC static recompilation like Sonic Unleashed recompiled, that become your go-to way of playing the game, it would be for me. I don't actually know what that would do for it, like would change about it. I'm not familiar enough about emulation and all of that stuff to know what that implies.
Hello again. What a chance meeting this is. Alas, I'm imprisoned once again. I don't suppose you could stage me a getaway. The archives. Such a storehouse of knowledge. So close, but just out of reach. The thought offends me so I could simply die. As a student of the arts, you understand me, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Hello again. What a chance meeting this is. Alas, I'm imprisoned. The thought as a...
Okay. I'll work on that. I also kind of wonder what even is this? Like, what was this ever supposed to be? Like, I don't know if there's an actual answer to that, or if this was just, the aesthetic decision they decided to go with. This just, like, big pile of gears here. Like, I'm curious if they had a thing in mind of, what this was supposed to do, and why it's broken. There's, like, another interesting thing about the archives is that, if I remember correctly, it's mentioned that, it was initially designed to be like an optional area. And so presumably, the, like, development issues of Dark Souls 1 pushed it into becoming a mandatory thing. And you can kind of, like, imagine that in a world where it wasn't, like, in a world where this was optional, the mandatory content probably would have been Ulasil instead. And it kind of makes sense of the fact that there is like a double claim on Gwyn's soul in the final version of the game. Like the fragment of Lord Soul that you get from Seath and from the Four Kings are both attributed to Gwyn. And it seems like there could have been a world where instead you would have gone all the way down the list of you know, Nito, the Witch of Izalith, Gwyn, and the Pygmy. But instead, it ends up getting 2 fragments of Gwyn's soul, and Manus is instead part of the DLC. And it's also not absolutely certain. Even now, it's not entirely clear if Manus is just... Like, Manus gets referred to as Primeval Man, but it's not exactly clear that that he is the furtive pygmy or anything like that. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Bean Dip. Some might even say Metal Gears. Yeah, those look metal. I kind of don't remember where I'm going with this bit. Oh, okay. Yeah, just here. Alright. I think I still don't have the key for this, right? Nope. Someone said, I like how you can tell where they expected you to go, because the bookshelves here have a low res texture in some areas. It's like in old animated cartoons when you can tell the bit that's gonna move. It said, did Zuli drink enough? It sounds a bit dry. I might be. I got drained a little bit, crying for Anastasia. Crying for Anastasia and crying for myself in Anastasia. Crying for seeing myself in Anastasia, rather. Okay. This is another one of those, like, indications of the things that Seath was up to. Just finding a maiden outfit in the middle of these cells. Kind of a wretched place when you really think about it. different. Ow. That does a lot of damage. Ow. That attack is so fast how much damage it does. I was trying to just sneak past him, and he just kind of murdered me bad. Hello, Chandler. Stop dancing. I think this is how you get back to the entrance. To, like, open up the shortcut for the entrance. I remember the archives, especially, feeling very, like, hostile and inhospitable, and just, like, I never felt safe doing stuff in the archives in my first playthrough. But it's not going so bad this time. Part of the suspense with the archives is you have to interface with the rotating stairs. And there's actually one especially troublesome bit. You can see there's a chest down here, and the only way to get to it is to very carefully fall off of the rotating stairs as they rotate and land right there. If you miss, it's lethal. Which is just kind of mean. Kind of mean that they would do that. And I don't know any of the, like, setup strats or, like, how to do it consistently. So if I try to do it, I'm almost certainly gonna die horribly multiple times, failing to get there. Mm-hmm. Ow. Even the archers do so much damage. Reminder that I'm kind of not supposed to be here yet. Thank you for the super chat. To Trainer Lugia. You think those things are an attempt to make brides? They're shaped like Seath. There's a motif of dragons keeping maidens in towers and fairy tales. That's not something I'd thought about. And, is a little unnerving to consider it. But, yeah, I suppose that is possible. Okay, so this is back where I came from. What is over this way? there's like, I guess, some question to what it means, you know, one, that it's all women, and two, that it's like, that they're specifically kidnapping like holy women. Like, what exactly could they be doing? They could be trying to do. Why is the lock on for that guy like so short? Oh wait, that's right. Someone said Priscilla had to come from somewhere, I guess. It is, I guess, significant that Priscilla is such a, like, you know, what am I trying to say? That Priscilla is like a thing that scares the gods, but her nature is, you know, as much as it's like destructive and scary and the antithesis of life, I imagine that also gives it a certain amount of like appeal. It's unique and probably strong. So, attempts to like recreate Priscilla probably isn't like too outlandish a concept. Actually, given what's going on all here, let's go ahead and kindle this bonfire real quick. And I think I actually need to use the bathroom again real quick. I'm gonna play an ad, and hopefully not too many of you actually have to watch it. Anyway, I'll be right back. See ya. Hmm. Um. Hmm. I'm not getting audio. What have I done? Hmm. Hmm. Well. Hmm. I guess, annoyingly, I'm gonna have to close the game real quick and try again. Anyway, sorry about all that. I also got, some chocolate milk when I went to, went to the bathroom and got some chocolate milk, and I have like a kind of, chocolate milk with added protein in it, and it's, you like can't really taste like a difference to it, but it's actually surprisingly good at as like a remedy for a sore throat as well. Like, I don't know why specifically it's so good at that, but when my throat's hurting, sometimes I'll drink the protein chocolate milk, and it's surprisingly good at it. And said most protein drinks just taste disgusting. Yeah. This is like Fairlife protein chocolate milk. You kind of like can't tell much of a difference. I don't remember where the key to free Logan is. Oh yeah. The channeler outfit. Helm of the Channelers, sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. The 6 eyes arranged in 2 vertical columns compensate for Seath's lack of sight. The heaviest of protective gear for sorcerers and imbued with magic. Robe of the Channelers, sorcerers that serve Seath the Scaleless. Even after the onset of Seath's madness, the Snatchers, as they are often called, ventured to far lands to find suitable human specimens. Yeah. These guys go around stealing people. I'm not sure if I've gone too far for the key for Logan yet. Ow. $20 prism stones. That's really what I needed in this exact moment. This, of course, there's like kind of interesting to have this whole little like enclosed wooded area that's just filled to the brim with these guys. Like a very interesting change in the aesthetic to go from the very cramped corridors of the, I guess not cramped corridors, like the balconies of the library. Like the library itself is still like kind of, it manages to feel cramped despite how open it is, by the fact that the area that you're able to walk in is quite limited. Anor. I don't actually remember if there's much benefit to coming over here. There's just those three guys. Oh yeah, and of course, let's see, I don't remember where exactly it is. Is it out here? I think this may not be the right area for it. That's really something I should have checked ahead of time. But the existence of this big cave kind of seems to imply that, like, this itself is the reason that Thief wanted to build the archives here to begin with. Like this place. There's, like, something special about it. Also, I don't remember if the other golden golem has spawned yet. Oh, I said the key is in that room with the other chests. I guess I just missed one. Alright, let's go back. I said the floating door is in that one balcony. You see it from here, or is it the other balcony? There's a lot of stuff that is, you know, things that that I have committed to memory, that's like etched into my heart, and then there's stuff that I gotta look it up every time I think about it. A little embarrassing sometimes, but you know, that's like, it probably shouldn't be embarrassing. It'd be kind of a ridiculous standard to expect someone to remember every little detail, but that's a pretty famous one, and so I feel kind of silly that I don't remember quite where it is. Ow. Is it somewhere from here? Hmm. Hmm. Hey everybody. This is a place that you can see in like regular gameplay. You don't need the free cam for it. Oh, they got buffed by the channeler. Ow. They got buffed by the channeler. Oh my god. Oh, there it is. Hello, the door. This is the door. It lives up here. For some reason. Presumably magic. Like if it's diegetic, like if it actually does exist in the world, we can blame magic on it. It's some real Seath nonsense. Just have a door floating up in the sky forever. I don't remember how all of the, like, what status the Pisakas are in when you come back here. Are y'all good? Are y'all fine? Is it okay for me to be here? No. Hi, friend. They seem like a little upset with me still. It seems like... Good? Well, sorry to do this to you. I do feel very bad about it. You good? You're not good? Mm-hmm. Mm. It kind of makes it worse that this is another place that you can just harm humanity from.
Hello again. Alas, I'm in the Ark. The thought as a student.
What about now? What do you
Oh, thank you very much. I'm saved. That makes twice. I must be sure to repay you. I will visit the archives. If I discover any new spells, I shall share them with you. Prepare to be impressed by the onward march of sorcery. Hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll head out soon. I wish to lay down my plans before I visit the archives.
It is kind of... He does have kind of a strange, like, line reading. I don't know.
Hello. Don't mind me. Go on ahead. I'll head out soon. I wish to lay down my plans before I visit the archives.
You keep finding him in situations where he is, like, trapped and hugely disadvantaged, like, things are going horrible for him, and he could not care less. He's like, oh, okay. You're here to rescue me? That's pretty cool. And now he hangs out over here. Hello, Logan.
Hello there. I was expecting you. This place is truly magnificent. More than expected even. As promised, I shall share the new sorceries with you. And the secret of Seath's immortality.
Is this one of the ones where, to progress everything, you have to buy all of his stuff? Yeah, I thought so. Okay, well, let's just work our way through it, I guess.
The secret of Seath's immortality. If you have fought him and were imprisoned, you must know that Seath is a true undead, different from ourselves. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from death. His wounds close promptly, and no mortal blow affects him, granting true insulation from
What was that?
It is an effect of the primordial crystal. A sacred treasure pillaged by Seath when he turned upon the ancient dragons. So only by destroying the primordial crystal can you so much as scratch his hide. And it so happens the primordial crystal is in the inner garden of these very archives, the Crystal Forest.
I don't think I've had that happen before.
The tomes stored in these archives are truly magnificent. A great pool of knowledge. The fruits of superior wisdom and an unquenchable desire for the truth. Some would say Seath had an unsound fixation. But his work is a beautiful, invaluable resource. All progress demands sacrifice, and I certainly bear no antipathy for that wonderful, scaleless beast. The tomes stop a great... Come again. The knowledge here is limitless. I would absorb it, then share it with you.
Someone said, was that a VA slip-up? I don't think so. I think that, like, something may have just gone a little weird with the, like, talk script stuff. Because, that didn't sound like an instance of, like it sounded exactly the same when it played it the second time. I don't think it was like a thing that got stapled onto an existing line. I think it did just play the actual line twice. We're gonna pop some souls real quick.
Hello there. Oh, I understand.
That is not a lot of souls in the grand scheme of things. We're gonna have a bit of a way to go still. Let's see. We need about 5,100 souls. So,
Come again, anytime you please, for I too learn whilst teaching the students.
So I guess we're gonna come back to that. Someone said, we won't judge if you acquire some additional souls. We'll see how things are after Seath, I guess. That should, you know, take care of a decent chunk of it. And we can commit to crimes after. Hello. So I don't remember what the condition for summoning the, or for like the golden golem being here is, but clearly did not satisfy it. Wow. Got confused for a second. It's kind of interesting that like I kind of wonder if this vista, like this bit of scenery in particular, is maybe a little bit affected by the design, or by the deadline crunch. It's like, it's cool and all, but it is a little strange. You'd expect something to be back there on that terrain. Something about it feels not bad, but like it maybe didn't get another pass. Like they could have maybe punched it up a little bit and didn't get the chance to. Hello, Crystal Golem. I do still very much enjoy the crystal caves, though. The aesthetic of them is very appealing. Hello, the moonlight butterfly. Now, let's see. Do I want to bother playing around with showing off the terrain? I don't remember. One, I'm not sure if it actually works in the Prepare to Die edition debug, and for two, I'm not sure which one it is. Like what exactly I'm looking for again. I think I probably shouldn't mess with it. There's like a way to be able to see the actual path of the invisible platforms, but I can't remember if it's even possible in Prepare to Die edition. This is a very, like, there's not that many developer messages later in the game, but this is one of them that's like, presumably they had a lot of players like reach this point and just go, now what? So putting a message like right out here is enough to like encourage the player to you know, give it a shot. You can see the little crystal flakes falling and hitting the path. You have like an idea of where it is. One thing that's not exactly obvious because of the lighting of this area is that this is a golden crystal golem. Ow. And that's why it is so strong. Like the couple golems that you fight in this actual area are gold, even though they kind of look blue. Well, I don't think I got any of the crystal lizards. I don't remember. Did they just come back? Hey guys, stop it. So, the thing that I've always wondered is, the fact that there's like a bunch of crystal lizards in here seems to imply like an obvious, connection between Seath and, the lizards. And so there's kind of a question of, were the crystal lizards an existing thing that Seath is trying to copy, or are the crystal lizards just another one of Seath's experiments of like trying to grow crystals on other things? There's like some connection to them. But in what exact way is the question. Alright, so this part I actually don't remember quite where to go. Not there. I figured out at least one direction that is the wrong way to go. I'm pretty confident in that, at least. Like, of all of the options, that's the one you don't pick. Someone said, use the stones they gave you earlier. I thought about it, and then I thought that I was too good for it. And then I learned a little humility, I think. And maybe now I'm a better person for it. Maybe that was all, you know, part of the journey of my character arc. How? Sometimes it's okay when a character is flawed, because it means that, like, the story is, like, driving towards them becoming better over time, right? Like, you shouldn't immediately be like, this character's a bad person, and so they're gonna be bad forever. Thank you for the super chat. Soul felt do. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Well, at least the golden golems do not respawn. So I don't have to worry about that. Honestly, now would be a great time to remember how the collision stuff works. I think there's like straight up a part where it like turns. I think you can't go straight across forever. Well, like I said, maybe I'm a better person, and so I'll have learned from my mistake. See, that would have got me. That would have got me bad. It was here where the turn is. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. Okay. I think that might be a trick. I think I remember there being like a little branch area, like a bit that just like juts out for no reason. Mm-hmm. That's so sad. That's really bad, because that means that my souls are just gonna be out there. Hmm. Well, we're trying. Oh, thank you for the super chat, Dust in the Wind. Thank you for the 5 gift memberships, Dust in the Wind. Maybe things are wearing on me a little bit. Mentally, physically, emotionally. I appreciate the support though. Coming at a critical time. I need support right now. Mental, physical, and emotional support. Another round. Who will win? Data miner or a floor? Rather, the lack of a floor. Does someone fall there? That's safe. Just so carefully. Am I safe to go in a straight line? Right for my souls, please? Can I please? Can I just have my souls? I would love to have my 10 humanity again. Well, I guess I was about to just like crunch a bunch of humanity, but that can wait until after. That can come after we get over there. There's like kind of no reason to endanger a bunch of humanity again for no reason. Someone said, "What's up, Zulbat?" Not me, I'm down. Down from gravity. I got sent to hell by the gravitational pull of the earth. Dragged my spirit out of my body. Ow. Thank you for the super chat. Pinecone Empress. Been watching your videos since forever. You really jump-started my love for the world of Dark Souls. Oof. Rip humanity. I'm glad that, at least I'm dragging other people into all of this too. I do enjoy, like, how much I've been able to kind of, you know, make like a whole thing out of my love for the series. Even at moments like this. Even when it's being very mean to me. There's like a certain amount of joy that still brings. What about over this way? I don't have anything to lose anymore. I can just kind of do whatever. Right. 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 And we got away with it. And it was all for a thing that I don't want and won't use. Incredible. Thank you for the super chat. Nolan ASD. A bat that falls to its death. 100% in Dark Souls 1 now. Yeah, for all of the mocking that I've done, clearly I should have remembered that I have wings, and just... That's fine. That's fine, I'm not gonna think about it. I didn't lose anything, so it's all good. There's no trouble to that anymore. The only thing that served to do was just embarrass me a little bit. I guess let's just go for steel protection. Why not? Someone said, that's how you play this game. You get humiliated. To be fair, that is, you know, like, Miyazaki has very publicly denounced the idea that he's a sadist and that he wants people to suffer, and has instead said that it's more that he's a masochist, and has designed games where all of the terrible things that he wants to experience get to happen to him. So, that's just striking at the heart of Dark Souls there, is being humiliated in front of about 1,200 people. There's someone where that's their thing, right? It's not me, but someone probably be super thrilled to do that and to have that. And to have it immortalized on the internet forever. The Dark Souls VODs have actually been doing surprisingly well. Maybe not surprisingly well, but like way better than any of the other VODs. So it's not gonna stop at just the 1,200 people that were here to see it live. That's forever. For this, where do you go? It's like back up this way, right? Just gotta be a little careful. And we're home free. You know what? You want wings? I'll show you wings. I got wings. This is what my wings look like. I'm invincible and I'll never die. Hello, weird oysters. I kind of really wonder how much these guys are here. Like for lore reasons or for video game reasons. These are... Ow. These guys are how you get purging stones, which like heal the curse. And so, like putting them in front of Seath is very much, seems like a video game decision. Ow. And I'm gonna die. Except I'm not gonna die. I said that I wouldn't. Also, people are saying that's a clam. What did I call it? I'm embarrassed to find out. Like if I didn't call it a clam, what did I say? That guy's like perfectly lodged there. I said oyster. Okay. Is that close? Does that count? Is that close enough? Probably. Right. That's good. Oh yeah, the actual description of the purging stones is not good. Ash-colored stone encasing a skull. Secret treasure of Arster, the Earl of Kareem. Reduces curse buildup and breaks curse. Humans are helpless against curses and can only redirect their influence. Purging stone does not dispel curses, but receives them as a surrogate. The stone itself was once a person or some other being. That's kind of terrifying, huh? That's if you can't get rid of a curse, you have to pass it along to someone else. And that someone else is trapped in a rock forever. So, these guys, the, like, pearls that they are forming inside of their shell either are very skull-like or use skulls as the basis of the thing. Oh. These guys hit, like, kind of surprisingly hard. Oh yeah, and I should not be wearing the Crown of Dusk when I'm fighting Seath. That would be a pretty bad idea, I'm pretty sure. So here we've got a nice wide open cave with the thing that we're supposed to break, like right there. And so, there's probably no way that this could go wrong, right? It's honestly kind of surprising, isn't it, that he's like able to fly. Come closer. So ideally whenever he turns, you kind of want to get pulled by his body back towards his tail. Ow. Oh my god, the frames. Oh, that's right. I'm stupid. I kind of forgot. He's just kind of... He's kind of invincible right now, right? And so you just go... He doesn't seem to have enjoyed that I did that. Oh my god. Wow. He attacks your camera, he attacks your frame rate. Before long, he'll start attacking you, chat. He's not content to just go after your health. Give me your tail. It's important. You stop. He's the founder of a proud tradition that will be continued all the way in Night Reign of a big dragon that kills your GPU. I'm back here. Ow. Cut it out. Ow. Oh, just give me a minute. This is kind of another one of those moments of like remembering that people are like, I really wish that they would bring back tail cuts. I think tail cuts were one of the best mechanics in Dark Souls. And then you think about kind of the actual reality of tail cuts. Give me your tail. I'm gonna have to reset. I've done too much damage to him. Can you stop? Like, I'm trying to do something here, friend. Okay, yeah. I think I unironically have to redo the fight. I think that I was cutting like too close to the base of his tail for it to hit. Hello, Seath. Give me a minute. don't remember if that stayed broken. Ow. You want to get free canned again? Is that what you're after? So kind of interesting thing about the everlasting dragons is that they have a kind of almost more humanoid shape to them than like the later fire dragons, which are more bestial. So they have like a body where their torso is upright, and in particular the everlasting dragon that we see in Ash Lake has like kind of like bipedal legs and is like positions its body as if it is meditating. And so Seath has kind of a similar arrangement where his torso is vertical and his like pelvis is meant to, you know, support legs that seem like they could like go vertically down as well, rather than, you know, being designed as if they were quadrupedal. And the like bit here, these like two tentacles off to the side seem to be like what it should have been these legs. Like these appendages are what is what has formed instead of legs. So he still has like the standard appendages of a dragon. He's got, you know, two coming from his torso, two coming from his pelvis, and a tail. But they are just some reason or other formed differently from the rest of his kin. Hey Lucy. Wow. Can I have your tail, please? I want it real bad. Please be nice to me. Ow. 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 I have not managed to hit him once, and I've used all of my healing again. So this may require another attempt at it. Wow. And real quick, get Inward Bone equipped. I'll be back for you. I'm not sure if it'll be better to try to get it with magic, but I kind of forgot how annoying it is to do it, and so I missed the easiest way of going about it, which is to you go into the boss room, run up to the crystal, get him to attack, and run past him as he's breaking the crystal himself. And then you take advantage of that big stun to go after his tail there. And so, having failed that, we're now in for miserable stuff. Bad times. that they didn't, like, the fact that they didn't make it, like, cut from, oh yeah, this one's a trick. They put, like, a funny joke one there. The whole bit with, like, the no gravity and all that was mainly because it's, like, free to go past that point anyway. But, what even was I saying? Oh yeah, the fact that they, like, the fact that the tail cut hitboxes are so, like, specific is a big part of the problem. Is that, like, oh, that's right, it comes back. Hey buddy, come over here. I have a prank to play. Forget I said that it was a prank. Are you okay? Yeah. Oh my god. Well, we got some hits in, but got a few more to do, I guess. Hello, clams, I can hear you. Hey, guys. Do an attack. Thank you. There. Yay! Oh, that's that. Normally it has, like, normally it ragdolls, so it's kind of just floating here this time. Well, time to just do a murder now. Ow. That's crunchy. One of the things that is fun about the tail cuts is that, you know, they have to, like, model the bit of it. Chat, would you eat the Seath tail steak? It does still have crystals on it. And just like that. And to being that, like, it existed before the concept of time. Which, kinda weird, huh? If I remember correctly, you kinda don't want to light it. You just want to teleport back. Hey friend. Oh, someone said, I'm like 99% sure Hush / Slumbering Dragon Crest works on Seath. It doesn't. It's like a false positive. It's, Seath can smell you. And so, you know, that's how Seath knows where you are.
Oh, there you are. It's been a while. Or were you just here? This fascinating place defeats my sense of time. But it's, I don't remember. I can't remember. The undead. What's it? What the other one first?
I think that you and Nico would have so much to talk about.
I don't remember. I can't remember. The undead.
Yeah.
What's it? What the other one?
Absolutely. Such sage-like wisdom. He has to be the one who taught Nico everything. What about that?
Come again. The knowledge here is limitless. I would absorb it, then share it with you. Who are you? Stay clear of my work. Curses upon you. How dare you disturb me?
I'm sorry.
Who are you?
Okay. I'm sorry I bothered you, Logan. I thought we were friends. I do feel bad for him, of course. Like, this is
Who are you?
This is a pretty sad bit. I don't remember if there's anything I need to do from there, or if that's good. Just go back up to the area. I guess let's just go this way. Someone said, Zooey, what's your favorite fast food chain? Probably Taco Bell. Although lately, Taco Bell's been kind of, really, making it hard to support them. Oh. Ah. Oh. Someone said, how so? They keep adding, like, they're adding a bunch of new items that the gimmick is, like, it's a very small item, and it's very expensive. Like, the amount of stuff you get for the money you're spending is just getting worse and worse all the time. So it's just kind of very disappointing that way. And look who it is. So Logan is kind of lost in. But interestingly, they said it was very deliberate that he's not hollow. He has, reached a point where, he's attempting to understand things that are potentially beyond human comprehension. And very deliberately. They said that, like, the same way that you have to remove your clothing to do the dragon torso stone transformation, Logan has, like, removed all of his clothing to try to get himself closer to Seath. But the funny thing is that they realized that if they didn't leave his hat on, players were just confused. Like, they left Logan's hat on his character, even in this state. Because otherwise you're like, who is this? It's just like a naked guy here. But he's like, essentially the same way that you walk the path of the dragon from the dragon in Ash Lake. He's attempting to walk Seath's path of the dragon. And this same concept kind of seems to crop back up again in Dark Souls 3. It's like Osiros seems like another character who walked Seath's path of the dragon. Stop it. Stop it. And that's why they call me Big Hat Zooey. The hat is so heavy that I have to fat roll, or mid roll. Yeah, that's another instance of, like, Logan kind of got, access to all of this forbidden knowledge and magic beyond his wildest imagination, and kind of should not have done that. Kind of did not go well. Alright, well, let's go back. And of course, we have our other most important prize. The Moonlight Greatsword. This sword, one of the rare dragon weapons, came from the tale of Seath the Scaleless, the pale white dragon who betrayed his own. Seath is the grandfather of sorcery, and the sword is imbued with his magic, which shall be unleashed as a wave of moonlight. This is, of course, one of From Software's longest running concepts. The Moonlight Sword has taken many different forms across multiple decades at this point. It's interesting the way that it's kind of almost a little dingy, a little dirty. There's like a grunge to it where it's not a like pristine, beautiful, glowing cyan light. It is something that is still mired in the decay of this world. It is something that has lost something by being made into a physical thing. Also, it's too heavy. I think we go ahead and I think we switch back to the antiquated stuff. That'll do it. Alright. So, I think that's probably a good place to leave it off at. Thank you all for dropping by. Thanks for hanging out and enjoying the stream. And I hope you have a good whatever type of day it is, wherever you are. Kind of like, I'm surprised how much some of that took a toll on me. But it's kind of nice almost to have like new emotions teased out of me by something that I thought that I knew too intimately for that to happen. So I really enjoyed it, and it's been so nice to go back through all of this. Oh, and thank you for the super chat, Julian. Just says good night. Good night to you as well. Anyway, I'll see you next time. I'm considering trying to stream something on Saturday and Sunday, and we'll see whether or not my body can withstand such a thing. I feel like I've been getting a bit better, and I hope that that actually pans out. Anyway, I'll see you later. Bye-bye.